I'm sure all of you, we have a copy of the minutes for the minutes 28 February 2022. We have from page 114, page 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, page 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, page 142, page 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 175, and the last 176. Are there any correction before I get the mover and the second of the minute as a true reflection of our last council meeting? Thank you very much. Can I have the mover? Councillor Madlala.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move for the adoption of the minutes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. May I have the seconder? Yes, I see there's a hand at the back there. I can't see the name. Yes, yes.
I second, Comrade Chairperson.
Your name, please?
Ekama Vincent Kunju.
Vincent Kunju, second. Thank you very much. Councillors, we'll now move to I want to deal now with the questions in terms of Section 27 of the Rules of Order. There's one question to be responded to. I want to remind you, councillors, that questions are not to be debated in council. The question is on page 5 in our council agenda. The question is from Councillor Govender.
Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Graham.
sorry, Speaker, I don't know why this is whining.
Sorry, our team from the sound, please. There's a noise that is causing distraction.
Speaker, I'm not Councillor Govender, obviously, but I am the custodian of her question in terms of the rules. She sent you a request that I take charge of her question. If it's possible for it to be deferred to the next meeting, I'm happy to agree to that. I do know that we are reprioritizing the agenda, so if it can be dealt with in the meeting that's to be held soon, I'm happy to agree to that.
Councillor Govender is not part of the meeting today.
She has left.
Okay, she has left.
She has written to you and said that I can take charge of her question in terms of the rules. But I'm saying I'm happy for it to be dealt with in the next meeting because I know now we are short on time.
Yes, thanks, Councillor Graham. We'll deal with the question in the next meeting. Let's proceed. There was only one question, as I've indicated. We'll now move to report. Before I invite His Worship the Mayor to table the ESCO report, I just want to find out whether are there any councillors who have an interest to be declared.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to inform the Council that it's already declared in the Councillors' Register that I am a member appointed by the Minister and Cabinet on the Board of Umgeni Water. So I just want to declare that at the start of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reddy. Are there any other interest to be declared? If there are no interest to be declared, I will then ask the Mayor to table the Executive Committee report. Then I will ask the City Manager to present items as they are contained in the report. City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You have given me a new post now as a City Manager, but it's fine, you can swap with the Acting City Manager. On the lighter note, Honorable Speaker, let me present the first report of the Executive Committee to your House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The first report is that of Governance and Human Resources Committee for their meeting held on the 9th of the 3rd, 2022. The first item is Retirement Fund Collective Agreement Exemption Application by the Municipality. Committee recommends.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Is the commission agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
City Manager.
Item number 2, ratification of Rule of Order 28, approval, civic funeral of the late Mr. B. Mvubu. Committee recommends.
Agreed. Agreed. Agreed.
Agreed.
Thank you. City Manager.
Item number 3, request for authority to extend lease for Durban North Library in terms of Section 1163 of the Municipal Finance Management Act of 2003. Committee recommends.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Item number 4, request for project authority, Hammersdale High Level Reservoir construction of 1,440 meters of 500 millimeter steel inlet main in Ward 103. Committee recommends.
Is the commission agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you. Yes, I will now request His Worship the Mayor to table the second ESCO report. But Mayor?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May I present the second report of the Executive Committee to your House?
City Manager.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This second report starts with the report of the Governance and Human Resources Committee for their meeting held on the 9th of the 3rd, 2022. First report is acceptance of the discretionary grant from Energy and Water Sector Education Training Authority. Committee recommends.
Is the room agreed, councillors? Great. Thank you. City Manager.
Item number 2 is...
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, who's speaking?
There is a speaker on the item, Speaker.
On item number 1 on the second report.
Yeah, 1.1. Yeah. Yeah. Acceptance of the discretionary grant.
Okay, this is apologies, councillors. On page 13, item number 1.1, we have Councillor Anipen, who's the speaker, and Councillor Madlala. Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, foremost on the IFP's agenda and fundamental to our identity is ensuring that citizens within this municipality receive decent provision of basic services. This means enabling and equipping those responsible for providing these services. By empowering the human resource element within this unit, we will certainly be accelerating service delivery and also reducing the turnaround times associated with repairs for water and electricity faults. The acceptance of this grant, therefore, is most welcomed. However, Mr. Speaker, we are not ignorant of the wanton and unsatisfactory outcomes produced by the infamous Academy. Its inability to show any substantial rewards for the investment and the financial injections made by the city leave a lot to be desired.
Sorry, Councillor, there's a point of order. Councillor Sabelo.
Yeah, thank you. It's not necessarily on the speaker, Chair, from, I think, the IFP that side. It's a point of order because the time is not there, so that we understand if the person who's speaking is still within time. That's
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sabela, to remind that. Please, the Secretariat, please assist me with the time. Please proceed, Councillor Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. However, Mr. Speaker, we are not ignorant of the wanton and unsatisfactory outcomes produced by this infamous Academy. Its inability to show any substantial rewards for the investment and financial injections made by the city leave a lot to be desired. We are hoping that this will not be the case with the use of this grant. Instead, the recipients of this project will have more than a piece of paper with their names embossed on it and will in fact be empowered with the skills needed to provide better services to the residents of the city. The IFP will support this item, but will be closely monitoring the end-to-end process circumspectly. I thank you.
Thank you. Our second speaker on the item is Honorable Councillor Madlala. Councillor Madlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As the ANC, we are very much delighted to support this item because it goes to the heart of what we've been talking about, turning the workplace into a training ground, equipping our staff to ensure that they render a quality service, a service that is sustainable, and a service that is affordable. Now, what this grant is going to do is that it's going to train 125 employees who have been viewed or hired as non-skilled or unskilled laborers. But because of their experience in terms of working with the artisans, they have acquired that skill. Now, what this is going to do is, through the program of RPL, which is the recognition of prior learning, ensure that by the end of this program, after 12 months, all of these 125 people from water services and 125 from electricity department will be fully fledged artisans who will then add into our pool of artisans who are then going to deal with the issue of leaks. As you know that Taywin has suffered a lot of leaks, add to a pool of electricians who are then going to assist in dealing with electrification of our spaces and places, and ensure that services that are needed, like during our campaigns, we found out that there are areas where street lights are not on and all of that. Now we have 125 electricians who just after 12 months are going to be added to that pool. So we are very much excited and we support this. And mind you, this is not the last that we are going to present. So we are moving and we are very excited. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala. Those were the only two speakers in my list. Let's proceed, Acting City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Item number 2 is Management Webinar for 2022. Committee recommends.
Is the room agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Item 1.3, Review of Tariffs for City Hall Hire. Committee recommends.
Councillors, is the room agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Item 1.4.
Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Speaker. Not specifically to speak to the City Hall tariff hire, but we notice that there are obviously a lot of different tariffs that are tabled in this agenda for the attention of Council. And some of them are tariffs that we think are reasonable and we support, and some of them are tariffs that we think are not reasonable at all and we do not support. But what is most important to us as the Democratic Alliance is achieving a balanced budget that can achieve the objectives of what the city needs to do to better deliver services to people. And in that aim, we have taken the decision, but for a few instances, that we will be abstaining on tariffs. We were only given the full budget earlier today, but we will be abstaining to engage properly with the budget in the hope that it does achieve the goal of addressing our infrastructure issues and that it can better deliver services to people, and we will make a final determination in May. So we'll be abstaining on this, and we'll abstain on all the other tariffs, but for the few that we will raise specifically. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Graham. Acting City Manager.
Item number 1.4, Adjustment Budget for
Order, Mr. Speaker. I think there's a speakers list. Are we following the speakers list?
On
just
page
speaking
14,
as
item
we
number
wish?
1.3,
Like a Macheni.
there are no speakers. The speakers list are on item number 14. On page 14, item 1.4.
My apologies, Speaker. I did submit my name for that, but it's fine. We'll pass it. Thank you.
Item number 1.4, Honorable Speaker, is Adjustment Budget for Taywin Municipal Academy Unit for 2021-2022. Committee recommends.
Thank you. I've got two speakers here on this item, Councillor Graham and Councillor Reddy.
Somlom uxolo
Yebo.
ngisala lapha ku 1.3 ngathi iDA isikuvezile ukuthi yona iya abstain mhlambe neEFF ungakuhle neIFP kanjalo njalo neANC.
No. Asisebenzi kanjalo. We are on item page
Somlom
14, 1.4, Councillor Graham.
ngathi fana siyivotele item mawukhona la abangahambisani nayo
Councillor Graham?
abstain ngathi procedure ye council le angazi kodwa ke mhlawumbe phela
Please, Councillor, behave. Councillor Graham, you're on the floor as a speaker on item 1.4, page 14.
Chair, I wasn't intending to speak on this. I was intending to speak on 1.3, so I withdraw. Thanks.
You withdraw, then Councillor Reddy, then Madlala will be the last.
Mr. Speaker, as Councillor
Somlo,
Graham, I
ang
indicated that I wish to
resolvekile
speak on 1.3, but we've
ngifisa
passed
ukwazi
that
ukuthi
now.
sithini
So it's
item
fine. I withdraw.
1.3
The only
resolution
person,
ye-IT.
the only person who is recognized to speak is Councillor Visvin Reddy, no one else. We have passed already item number 1.3 on page 14. We are on
Angirecognize
1.4, page 14.
Suwenza lento yakho.
Councillor Visbrand?
Mr. Speaker, I indicated that I wish to speak on item 1.3, not 1.4. So I will
Uyayizwa
withdraw
inkinga.
that name, how it appeared there, I don't know. So
But,
It's
but
fine.
in the speaker's list, your name appears on point 1.4, page 14.
that must have been an error, Mr. Speaker. I apologize.
Okay. Thank you. Acting City Manager?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Somlomo, izothini kuma minute alandelayo item 1.3.
Sustain. Agreed.
Councillor Kuala, what is your question?
Ukuthi mase siya kuma minute kwi next council. Sizothi 1.3 what was the resolution of the council?
Agreed.
You see, Councillor Kuala, in terms of the procedure, if you have an intention to speak on an item, you indicate to the speaker in advance that you want to speak. Now, the item, there was no list of speakers in that item.
I don't
Now-
want to speak on
now
the
for-
item, Speaker. What I'm asking for is what the resolution we took now on this item. As the DA has said that they are abstaining on the
No, I'm
item.
still trying to explain.
What
Babu
about
Kwala.
the other political
Babu Kwala,
parties?
Babu Kwala, uma umhlangano kunomuntu othi akahambisani nephuzu elithize kodwa abanye abantu bethule kusho ukuthi bavumelana nalo. Akubona kwami ukuthi ngibuze umuntu ngamunye ukuthi njengoba uthule wena nithulelini. Inqubo omhlangano ayikuvumi lokho.
Bashaya, Speaker.
Asiqhubekeke City Manager. Let's proceed.
Hayi ngicela legal opinion Speaker kulona. Singadukisana, ngiyacela.
No, let's Babu Kwala, with due respect, I will not entertain you any longer after this.
Ngicela kodwa legal opinion. Nawe phela ngeke uhlale ucorrect njalo.
Yeah, let's put the City Manager.
Somlomo ilungise lo.
Sorry, Somlomo.
Samkosi.
No, Somlomo, ngicela ukunilamula la no Councillor Gwala. You have asked for a legal opinion on the matter. Just do that. They are there for that services. Please.
Who asked a legal opinion?
It's Councillor Gwala.
Okay. Okay, in terms of the procedure, Babu Mthandeni, there's a request. No, I will allow that to happen. Babu Nkosi, bengamzwanga Babu Kwala ecela mhlambe imaka izokwazi kahle. Babu Mthandeni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the point that is being raised is on the counting of the votes of the members of council once there is an indication that one or more member of the council is either voting against or abstaining. So that is the point. But I think the predicament here is that, Mr. Speaker, you have ruled on the matter, and I don't know how I am going to now contradict that, because you have ruled and you have passed. But perhaps for the next items,
Wrong nje sekudluliwe abuyele back wrong. Speaker abuyele back. Dlulile ba. Dlulile ba.
Councillors, we requested an opinion from legal on the matter. Now, Mr. Mthandeni is still addressing council, but already you are distracting him. Now, I don't understand the intention of the request made. Can you please allow him to conclude? Babu Mthandeni.
no, what I was saying, Mr. Speaker, is that you have already ruled on the matter, and according to the rules, once you make a ruling, that ruling becomes final.
Okay.
On item 3.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm sure councillors did we get the opinion that we have passed item number 1.3 on page 14?
Iyona legal opinion anginika yona
I see.
uLomzana. Ukuthi we've ruled.
Babugwala sohlupho.
That's not legal opinion. Speaker, ngicela nibe fair.
Babugwala sohlupho. There are two hands. There are two hands.
Speaker, Speaker,
There's a hand, then Babunkosi. There's a hand at the back. You are the first, then
Speaker,
Babunkosi
can I
will
raise
follow.
a point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can I raise a point of order, Speaker?
Yes, Sabelo.
Speaker, procedurally, once an item has been tabled and you ask if we agree or not, and one party says they don't agree, whether they're abstaining or they are voting against, you are supposed to allow for voting.
Okay.
Now, in the interest of time, Speaker, I would like to suggest that we go back to 1.3 and we call for the vote for 1.3 so that
Okay, thank you.
so that minutes can
Thank you.
reflect
Councillor
correctly.
Sabelo is still on the floor.
I'm making that proposal, Speaker, so that our minutes can reflect correctly. Thanks.
Angibuza umkhulu wakho ushishiliza.
Thank you. Before Babunkosi, councillors, please order. There was a hand before Babunkosi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm covered by my colleague there, Councillor Sabelo. It would be in the interest of this council and in the interest of the integrity of this council to comply with the recommendation made by Councillor Sabelo.
Okay, thanks, Babunkosi.
No, I'm covered by umzukulu kaShishiliza. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, councillors. If there's a view of the meeting, I don't have a problem to go back to 1.3, page 14, and get an indication from parties whether they support the item or not. Let me start from the ANC. Can I have the list of parties in the screen?
ANC agreed.
ANC, DA,
We're abstaining, thanks.
abstain, EFF.
Agree.
Agreed.
IFP. Can you bring the computer? Yes. Ubawuzongifundela.
Adlala ngathi labantu bafethu. Awu.
Action SA,
Action SA agree.
support.
Awu.
APC,
Adlala ngathi ngempela. Agreed.
IFP.
Adliwe ngempela.
We support the item.
Thank you.
Awu.
ACC,
Agreed.
councillors, ake sithi kuzotha kancane ukuze kuzwakale singamoshi isikhathi. ACC,
Agreed, Speaker.
ACDP,
Support.
support. AIC,
Support the item.
no, I can't hear AIC. Support. DLC,
Abstain.
ADEC,
Support.
thank you. APF,
Support.
ATM,
Support.
Aljama,
Support.
JEP,
Support.
KZNI,
Support the item, Speaker.
MF,
Abstain.
Awu.
MOSA,
Support.
NFP,
NFP support.
PFP,
Support.
PRM,
Support.
TA,
Support.
UIM,
Support.
Freedom Trust Plus,
Abstain.
Akanye,
Abstain.
abstain. Please tally the numbers.
Noma ungabalanga speaker Swini.
Yeah. Yeah. DA is abstaining, not against.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
Sabalama vote, Council of Visven.
Agreed. I withdraw that order.
Yeah, Ndendezi.
Sesedlule.
Yeah. Councillors, in the room we have 213 councillors. Then we have 154 councillors who are supporting the item, 59 who are abstaining, and we have no one who was against the item. Therefore, the item is being carried forward. Thank you very much. Acting City Manager.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We are on to item 1.6, approval of discretionary grant from Local Government Sector Education and Training Authority. Committee recommends.
Councillors, is the commission agreed? Thank you.
Item
Speaker.
1.7.
Speaker.
There is a hand. Okay. On item 1.6, yes, page 16, 1.6, Councillor Naidu, yes, approaches. Councillor Naidu and Councillor Madlala. The first, Councillor Naidu.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of clarity, rather. May I
Councillor
check
Naidu.
if we've completed 1.5, Mr. Speaker, because I know we were debating 1.4 and who were the speakers there. I'm not sure if we agreed on 1.5 before we went to 1.6.
I can't hear you well, but on page 15, 1.5 item, there are no speakers. We have speakers on item 1.6 on page 16, which is
No.
Councillor Naidu.
I understand that. I'm just asking whether we voted on 1.5, Mr. Speaker.
On 1.5. On 1.5 it was agreed, eh? Yes.
No, Chair.
Yeah, 1.5 it was agreed.
No, we didn't.
On,
Chair.
Councillors, we are on page 16, item number 1.6.
Speaker.
No.
No, so
1.5.
Speaker.
1.5.
Yeah, 1.5.
Yeah.
Aswenza.
Amaphaphu phansi Speaker kuzosebenza.
Thank you, councillors. I don't want to be confused here. But my understanding was that we have dealt with item 1.4 on page 14, where Councillor Graham was the speaker. Then he said he won't speak, and Councillor Visven Reddy was the speaker. Then he said initially he wanted to speak on item 1.3, page 14. Then we moved to page 15, 1.5. Right? We have not yet. Okay, that's fine. Let's do this, councillors. Now, City Manager, let's go back to page 15, item 1.5. City Manager.
Item number 1.5, Honorable Speaker, it's the adjustment budget for Taywin Municipal Academy, Unit 2021-2022. Committee recommends.
Councillors, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
No, Speaker.
Okay.
No.
Councillor Graham,
We're voting against.
you don't,
We are voting against.
you are voting against?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let me check. Other parties, please give me the screen.
Point of
Let's start
order,
with
Mr.
the
Speaker.
ANC.
Order, Mr. Speaker, before we
ANC?
start the vote. Order, Mr. Speaker.
Ye-
Order.
Yes, you are on the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I draw your attention, and I would like the legal advisors there to also take note of this. I draw your attention to section 26 of the Rules of Order, decisions and voting. This is not a virtual meeting, and if you go to section 26, subsection 6, where a councillor indicates that they are voting against, you as a speaker, you put the matter to the vote, and subsection 7 says that the vote must be done by show of hands. The issue of asking each party to indicate yes or no, we do that because of the virtual meetings. But the rules states that it's done by show of hands. Those in favor, raise their hands. Those who abstain, raise their hands. And those who are against, raise their hands. And the votes are counted. That's in terms of the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Stand in. Yeah.
What point they on, Oscar?
Yeah. Yes, Councillor Vice, you are correct. But also there's nothing wrong if leaders of political parties give us an indication of whether they support the item or not. I don't have a problem by allowing all of you to show hands. You are
Mr.
correct,
Speaker,
Vice. And the
Mr. Speaker,
procedures were
it's
of allowing.
time-consuming, and it's also a waste of time. We can do it much quicker by show of hands.
Akusona sakhe isikhathi wena. Mtshana hlale phansi kuphela.
Yeah, as I've said, Councillor Visven, we are correct in terms of the rules. But what I'm saying to you as well, it does not make the process have some questions if we ask political parties to confirm, as we've been doing, of which for me, that one, it saves time and it does not affect anyone, unless councillors from political parties, you are saying you find that there's something suspicious with that arrangement, of which I think from where I'm sitting, I don't see anything wrong with leaders of political parties confirming their position or their stance on the item. Let me ask the ANC whether
Order, Chair.
they support
Order, Chair.
the item or not.
Order, Chair. We're wasting time here. It's very simple. You are now saying you're suspending the rules to allow for a different procedure of voting. That's agreed. That's fine. Let's suspend the rules. And now we just indicate our vote.
Can we have a legal opinion on this man's behavior?
Speaker.
About 4.
Somlo.
Councillors, let me get a guide from our legal. Yeah, councillors, the guidance I'm getting from legal is that, as I've confirmed that Councillor Visven is correct, that what is being contained in the rule, and also what we have been doing, there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm being advised that for the sake of progress, let me get councillors to raise their hands. Then my team will assist me in getting those votes or those hands counted so that they're being recorded correctly. That the guidance I'm getting from legal, of which I'm going to take that advice. We are going to start from the ANC on the item, and the ANC will raise hands. Then we get numbers quickly. We move to DA and other parties. Let's do that. We are on item. Skip one. We want to get those who are supporting the item and those who are abstaining and those who are voting against. Let's start from the ANC. Secretariat.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. Mr. Speaker, point of order. We should do this to all together.
Please, ANC, lower your hands. We can see the indication that you're in support. DA, lower your hands, ANC. DA.
Speaker, I just wanted to make.
Councillors, can you please listen? Councillor Graham is on the floor.
Speaker, I just wish to make the point that there was absolutely nothing wrong with what you were doing. Now we've embarked upon this chaotic process. You're asking us to raise our hands. What are we raising our hands for? We're voting against this item. Can I also request, Speaker, you are the chair of this meeting. Can we not be distracted by people's grandstanding and theatrics? Can we get on with our work?
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
We are against this
It's
item.
true, councillors.
Mr. Speaker.
Councillors, it's true
Mr.
that.
Speaker, point of order.
No, this, no, please. Look.
No.
Councillors, listen. Councillors, listen.
We need a legal
Councillors,
opinion on that
please,
man's behavior, please.
Councillors, may I have your attention, please?
Some attend.
There was nothing wrong in what has been said by Councillor Visven Reddy. What he said is according to the rules. What I've explained earlier, that even asking a leader of the political party to give us an indication, there's nothing wrong with that. But on the matter, I've already made a ruling that we are going to get an indication by show of hands, of which I don't see anything wrong with that, as the ANC has done already quicker. Let me get an indication from the DA by show of hands whether you support or you abstain or you are against, or you can tell me. You can tell me.
Sorry, Speaker. Jobu Deputy Mayor
Councillors,
Speaker.
I'm speaking at the DA.
Speaker, Deputy Mayor abuyele endaweni yakhe ukuze kuzocaca. Ngoba lento izosiconfuse lento kaVisi.
Please, DA.
Speaker,
Yeah.
if we're going to do it like this, then you have to ask who's in favor, who's against, who's abstaining. You can't say to the DA, please put up your hands. What are we putting up our hands for? As I write it on my palm.
Okay. Right. I'm not taking hands, councillors, on this item. I can see that other councillors have a difficulty in raising their hands. But on this item, can I make an appeal that we all raise our hands to conclude this matter, but we'll follow this fashion.
Speaker.
No, listen. We'll follow this fashion.
Speaker.
Listen, no, I'm not taking any hands. We are going to follow this fashion. Because now we are taking hands on these items. I will start by not calling any political party so that you don't be confused. What I will do, councillors, so that you are clear, is that I will ask the hands of those who are in support of the item.
Good, Speaker.
Irrespective of a political party, you raise your hands. Then I will ask those who are against to raise their hand in the second aspect. Then lastly, those who abstain. I think in that fashion,
Correct, Mr.
it will be
Speaker.
much better. Right? Yeah. Let's start councillors to get an indication, those who are supporting the item to raise their hands.
Support.
That's how it's done.
Sikhulumile lento uthi siya support.
Who's counting, Mr. Speaker?
Estimatani ngoba nizoqeda
Well,
i-hour
induction,
nokembala. Estimatani nje 230.
Yeah. Ngicela niphakamise ngoba we are getting an indication. You are niphakamisile nje.
Speaker kudlaliwe ngathi la.
You can declare sufficient consensus, Speaker, please.
Speaker uphakamisile wena Speaker. That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Ayivisi.
Those who are against.
Let me check. KZNI, was your hand up? Just a confirmation.
It's up.
KZNI.
The hand is up.
Yes.
Speaker. Yes.
Put your mic off now. Ewasifaka inkingeni uvisi.
Wasting time, Vice.
The rules are rules.
This, I'm going to switch off your mic. If you continue to disturb my meeting.
Not good enough, switch him off.
Hey, hlala phansi Thokozana.
Uya,
Hlala
hlala phansi.
phansi.
Hlala phansi.
Right, let me get an indication of those who are voting against the item. Those who are against. Secretariat, quickly get those numbers. We are done. Thank you very much. Lower your hands. Let me get those who are abstaining. Those who are abstaining.
Order, Chair. I voted for. I'm not counted the APF all because of VIV.
Point of order, sir. Also, JEP is not counted because of VIV. I'm voting in favor.
Chair, can I vote with two hands?
Mr. Chair, Mosa voted
Mosa
for.
is for.
Councillors, those who are supporting the item is 157. Those who are against is 56. Abstentions is 1. Thank you very much. The item is being carried forward. City Manager.
Speaker, there's a
Yes.
special motion we'd like to raise. Honorable Speaker, deployed by the Whip of Council, I've been requested to make this special motion that given the time and the delays that we have had today, which were unavoidable, that we request the meeting to rearrange the agenda. That we request that all tariffs, policies, the budget, and all accompanying and all other issues accompanying the budget, including the one matter on the supplementary agenda on the Shongweni development, due to the fact that all of these have got timelines to be met, we request that they be tabled in today's meeting and that all other matters be tabled in the next special meeting to be convened of council. We request that the city manager tallies all the matters that goes with the budget and the policies that goes with the budget for the consultation process up until the budget is adopted in May, and the tariffs, and then the Shongweni development issue. And then for today, we adjourn the meeting for the next special meeting. It's a motion that we'd like to place in the House, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you, Councillor Sabelo.
Agreed.
Agreed.
There is a proposal to rearrange our agenda based on the reason presented, but I need to get the views from other councillors whether they support the proposal or not. The idea has been proposed. Anyone who second the idea? His Worship the Mayor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the proposal with an amendment that we also take an in-committee item on the acting city manager, since the acting position lapses, its period lapses today. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion has been supported. Let me get an indication to those who are against the motion.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
No. Visven, let me get, is there anyone who against the motion to rearrange the agenda and take other item to a special council meeting to conclude our business? It looks like the idea is supported.
We agreed.
Thank you very much.
We all agree.
Now, the agenda would be rearranged as follows, councillors. We are going to deal with all the items that deal with tariffs, budget, and other policy matters. Others are in the supplementary agenda, and the one item was supposed to be tabled in the in-committee agenda on the appointment of the city manager. Now, city manager, I'm sure we have checked in the agenda and group or isolate those items as per the motion that has been tabled and supported. Councillors will do exactly that. City manager.
Sorry, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable
Speaker, I wish to apologize that I am being reminded that this council delegated powers on the appointment of acting city manager to the ESCO. So as soon as we are done with the council, we'll meet with ESCO to finalize the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm just going to take the leadership through the pages where those items that Councillor Sabelo has referred to are located. We'll start with the item on page. It starts on page. Please bear with me, Honorable Speaker. It starts on page 26, item number 2.8, which is the transfer of budget. Item 2.10, again, is the transfer of budget. On page 26, still on page 27, item 3.1, it's also the transfer of budget. Item 3.3 on page 28, also the transfer of budget. Item 4.1 on page 30, which is the approval of health tariffs.
Speaker.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mbele. Can we not just go through the items and make decisions on them? Because now, I mean, we're not in a position to make tables of what the acting city manager is saying. So 2.8, can we deal with 2.8 and move on?
Yes, I don't have a problem with that. We were trying to take councillors to each and every item in the page, but if we are all comfortable and we know exactly where are those items,
well,
as they were raised in the motion, I don't have a problem with that.
Acting city manager, I mean, when we come to each item, we can determine
Yeah.
whether it's budget related or not.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's fine. City manager, let's start from
26.
page 26, 2.8.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Page 26, item number 2.8, request for authority to transfer funds within the water and sanitation capital budget in 2021-2022 financial year. Committee recommends.
Agreed. Councillors, we agree. Thank you.
Agreed.
City manager.
On the same page, item 2.10.
Speaker.
Yes, there's a hand.
The EFF rejects.
Yeah, right. Thanks. Yeah. Deputy Mayor.
Ngiyabonga, Speaker. I just want to be guided here. This particular item is talking about Amatsangamanzi, where we having problem. Am I getting it correct? Some of councillors are saying no, because I can just imagine if all of us we follow and say no, are we saying those people don't deserve to be given water? Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I think the IFP is saying they are not supporting the item.
Correction,
So-
not IFP, Mr. Speaker, the EFF. Fatima from the EFF, Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker, it was Fatima from the EFF.
Approaches is EFF.
We need an
Is
opinion from
EFF
Brisbane.
who's not supporting the item. Therefore, councillor, I am therefore forced to get an indication from the House of those who are supporting the item. Those in support.
We all support.
Speaker.
Speaker. Secretariat.
Sell out EFF. Abantu bangakhe. Abantu bangamnamanzi. Yonke isho EFF leyo. Yonke inimele la.
Ngiyabona
Hluphekisa umuntu. EFF.
Fatima.
Ni confused.
Madlalo ungaphindi ungicela amanzi, madlalo. Madlalo we-EFF ungaphindi ungicela amanzi.
Hey, we EFF. Sodlala nini? Hluphekisa abantu nithi abangamnamanzi.
Anigezi kanti.
Yeah, thank you very much. You can lower your hands. Those who are against. Those who are against.
Bengicela siyixolele i-EFF ayikho sure.
Awukho umphakathi olidwa EFF.
Siyixolele ayikho sure.
Baqabana bodwa.
Awukho umphakathi olidwa EFF.
Ayivukani.
Amapiano onke lawa.
Now, thank you very much. You can lower your hands. Lower your hands. Those who are abstaining.
Confused, EFF confused.
Those who are abstaining. Councillors, order, please. Those who are abstaining. There's no abstinence.
Bekuyini nje ukubuza bothi abantu.
Let's tally the numbers.
Isahluko sokuzehlisa usho umongazi.
Babo Speaker. Babo Speaker.
We are counting numbers for now. I'm not taking
Sifuna
any
ukulungisa
hands.
le.
Let's freeze the process.
Sifuna ukulungisa le babo Speaker. Ngoba sifuna ukuthi sibe on record ngendlela ezirong. Amanzi siyafuna afakwe. Kodwa bese clarity on this issue.
Uthathela abantu
Ngokuthi
You don't have to explain.
No, Speaker.
No, Speaker.
Uchazana.
Councillors,
the item has passed.
councillors. Order,
There's no
please.
speaker on this item.
Akulungiswa lutho makuvota.
Awu. Hayi ungabusachaza usuthengise ngabantu athi abangamanzi.
Technical team,
Uyathatha ungagezi.
please switch off all the mics.
First page we saw.
Those who are supporting the item is 188.
Awulungisa ngempela
Those who are
awulungisa.
against are 24. There's no abstinence. The item is carrying forward. Thank you.
Awumlungisa,
City Manager.
awumlungisa.
Thank you very
Badidekile,
much,
Speaker.
Honorable Speaker. We are now on to item number 2.
sidlala umuthi kamadlala la.
A request for authority to transfer funds from savings identified in CSW refuse bag vote to the uniform vote for the purchase of personal protective clothing for EPWP participant. Committee recommends.
Item 210.
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. City Manager.
There is a speaker.
Item number 3.1.
Speaker,
Yes.
we have speakers on item 2.10.
Sorry. 2.10. Yes, yes, yeah. Approaches, there's a speaker, Councillor Pili.
Thank you, Speaker. Taywin Municipality distributed only 15.7% of black refuse bags in December 2021. 84.26 was not distributed. This is a total of 121,000 bags distributed out of over 200 bags available in stock for distribution. In North Durban only 8.4% was distributed. In Central Durban, 0% was distributed.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
And out of West region was at 47%, just to name this few. In
Point
a sense,
of order,
the
Mr.
refuse
Speaker.
bags were distributed to
Yes,
60,000
Councillor
households.
Reddy.
Mr. Speaker, the councillor is not talking to the item. This item is not about the distribution of the bags. It is a transfer of the money that was unspent, where this matter became the subject of a SIU report, etc., etc. So I want to appeal to the councillor to withdraw his remarks because the rules allows that we speak to the item. And this item is a transfer of the budget. It's got nothing to do with refuse bags. Thank you.
Agreed with.
I would like a ruling on that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I
Thank you.
continue?
As per the speaker's list, Councillor Mpili requested to speak on item 2.10, page 26, a request for authority to transfer funds from savings identified in the CSW refuse bags vote to the uniform vote for the purchase of personal protective equipment for EPWP participant. That's the item that your name appears on.
Thank you, Speaker.
Then
This is
I've
exactly
allowed
right.
you to speak on the item.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker,
Matt
it's important
Busman.
for us to give background to whether we agree to this or not, and therefore we'll do exactly that. In essence, the refuse bags were distributed to just about 60,000 households and just over about 60,000 flats and complexes in the city. Now, this is according to the December 2021 Cleansing and Solid Waste Monthly Performance and Monitoring Report.
Kuluma ngama transfers.
According to the January report, only about 33% of black refuse bags that were distributed to the
Mr.
residents
Speaker,
of the city.
on a point of order, I'd like a ruling from the legal, our
Speaker, you're
legal
not
on
going to
this
allow
matter.
this.
irritating, Speaker.
I have to rule you out of order now, Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Visven?
I have a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I'm listening.
Yes, the
send him out
previous
of the
speaker
meeting.
is
He's
not
disrupting the
talking
meeting,
to
Chair.
the
You already
item.
gave him a
But
warning.
this-
Send him out. Send him out.
Councillor Visven, if you are raising the very same point you have raised, I've already said that the speaker, I've allowed him to speak on the item I have read before.
So you've ruled then, Mr. Speaker. I
Kick
just
him
want
out,
clarity.
Nick.
You've
Can
ruled.
you please Vis, allow him to finish his submission, please? Let's allow him to finish his submission. Councillor Pili, please.
Agreed, Chair.
You are on the floor.
Speaker, I hope that you will not allow another disruption because I think it's quite important that we conceptualize these things. We unpack them properly so that we are able to be on the same page.
Please, Councillor Pili, the floor is yours. Please address council.
Thank you. Now, as I was saying, Speaker, that the distribution in January this year,
Order.
according to the
Right, point of order.
Somlomo. Isikhulumo esikhulumayo sikhuluma nge-item. La sikhuluma ngokuthi kunemali ezothathwa isetshenziswe kwenye indawo. Isulo okhuluma ukhuluma ngenye into nje. And inkinga ukuthi lento akhuluma ngasikwazi ukuqhubeka sikhulume ngoba yikho kwe-item. Thank you.
Speaker, can I address you, please?
Okay. The Councillor Pili, as per the list in front of me, as I've read earlier, not to you only, but to council, that I'm giving you an opportunity to speak on the item as they appear in page 26, item 2.10. I know that you said you want to give a background. Can you please speak on the item so that we don't invite this point of order as a result of the background you are giving in the matter? Can you please speak on the matter so that you are given an opportunity to air your views?
Speaker, can I
Please.
address you, please?
No, Councillor Graham is Billy on the floor.
Speaker, you can't allow
No.
my speaker to be treated like this.
No.
This is a budget vote about
Sorry,
refuse
sorry,
payments.
Councillor Graham, sorry, Councillor. I'm allowing the speaker to conclude his point. May I please be given a space to allow him to finish, please?
But protect him from all of these silly interruptions.
No, let's allow him to finish. Councillor Pili, Councillor Pili,
Your
Councillor
Speaker,
Pili,
you are
Councillor
the
Pili, you're on the floor.
The comments
Please, order, please.
She needs to be ordered out of this council meeting.
Councillors, please, order. Please,
that silly
please,
comment.
Councillor Pili, please confine yourself to the item.
She must withdraw that
She must
now.
withdraw
She
that.
must withdraw it out of this chamber.
Councillor Graham must
Withdraw this bill.
withdraw the word silly.
Councillor Pili, please assist us by focusing on the item. Because if you continue,
She must withdraw the word. She must withdraw.
Please, you're on the floor.
She's going to treat us in this way.
Let's
She must
allow him
withdraw
to
that
finish.
statement.
Pili?
The word silly. Not the social speak.
Councillors, order, please. Order, councillors.
No. He
I don't know why
Speaker,
there's
take
noise.
control of the meeting, Speaker.
Councillors, I don't know why you are making noise.
We take offense.
Because
we
you are
take
not
offense.
making a ruling.
What is the issue?
Silly.
Yeah, I'm Wazubu.
Silly is the issue.
Silly is the issue.
Can I allow one person to address
The
me? I
offense
can't
is
hear you.
silly.
You are making noise. Let me check the hand at the back.
Speaker. Speaker.
Yes, talk.
Thank you, Speaker. The matter is very simple, Speaker. We can't allow members of council to say things that are unacceptable and suggest that there are people in this council who are speaking silly. That's not. It's your language that you can conduct at home, not here. So that councillor must withdraw what she said.
Speaker, I withdraw silly, they're irrelevant.
Oh. Councillors. Oh, no, thanks, Councillor Njogweni. But if Councillor, no, listen, councillors. You see, now you are howling if I'm saying angzwanga ngempela. Ngoba there's noise. There's noise. Yabona ngihleli khona ngisesente nebaningi menikhuluma nonke angizwa. But if Councillor Nicole, Councillor Graham, if you have uttered those words, may you please withdraw those words.
Speaker, I just said I withdraw silly, they're irrelevant.
No, Speaker, this must be withdrawn wholeheartedly and apologize to council. Thank you.
This is not a DA caucus. It is a council meeting. Show some respect.
We are setting a wrong precedent here now.
Councillor Graham, can you please assist me by withdrawing those words so that we proceed?
Without any
Time I've
conditions.
said I withdraw. So the
Councillors,
third time I've said I
can I listen, please?
I said I withdraw silly.
Okay.
The questions are irrelevant, but I withdraw silly. This is the third time I'm saying it. If people
Thank
stop
you.
making a noise.
Thank you.
they
Let's
will hear.
proceed, councillors.
Have it.
Can you please, Billy, try to be short with your submission?
Speaker, I think one of
No, don't shout. Don't shout. Councillor Billy.
One of the challenges we find ourselves in, and one of the reasons for this mess we find ourselves in, is because of this uncontrollable urgency to agree to these items without even going into detail and dealing with them properly. And that's the challenge we've got in the city. Now, it's important for us because we are moving money from funds that are meant to deal with refuse bags to something else which is totally different. So if you've had a look at the agenda and you've read the agenda, then you'll understand why I'm giving this background. It's important. Now, Speaker, before I was rudely interrupted, according to the same reports that I've been mentioning, which comes from the DSW department, again in January, the Central Durban received 0% of refuse bag distribution. And the reason for this, according to the report, is because the region receives the flat bags of hundreds and not 26 packs. Whether this is a valid reason or not, it has become common knowledge that Central Durban and the city center state of cleanliness continues to deteriorate. In fact, when I and many other residents of the city walk on streets such as Pixlikaseme Street, formerly known as West Street, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed to see excessive rubbish on the street. I'm embarrassed to see uncollected, fly-breeding piles of refuse bags. While the purchase of personal protective equipment for EPW participants is important, it is also equally important for the municipality to enhance its efforts to cleaning up the streets to ensure that the health and safety of those living and working in the city is prioritized. Furthermore to this, because of this poor distribution of refuse bags, ratepayers are being forced to spend their own money to buy black refuse collection bags, as the municipality continues to fail to deliver them for months despite billing them for the service, and eventually, if eventually they are delivered, those bags are in a very poor state. Poor state of quality. So we will therefore not support the moving of this 2 million rands at this point in time until there is a deliberate plan to enhance the distribution and the collection of rubbish in the city. And that's the reason we'll abstain, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kumete. The next speaker is Councillor Kumete,
Thank you,
followed
Speaker.
by Councillor Reddy, and Councillor Sesoga will be the last.
Thank you, Speaker. As the IFP, we support the item and we wish to know when will this kickstart, since it's been advertised and it's been left with a short period of time, and it's look as if there is no more time on our side for the people to start for the process that was advertised for. Otherwise, the IFP accepts the item.
Thank you. Councillor Visven Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. ADIC welcomes the decision to transfer funds which are unused and unutilized to be used for the purchase of uniforms for EPWP workers to give them some form of dignity. I need to stress the point that if these funds are not utilized, we will lose them. That's how budgeting works in the city. So I would give some of the councillors some free education lessons on,
Point of order, Speaker.
on transfers.
Point of order.
And why transfers are necessary.
Point of order, Speaker.
Especially, there's a point of order, Speaker.
Point
I'd
of
like to hear
order,
this point of
Speaker.
order. And I want a reference
Point
to
of-
the section and
point of
subsection of
order,
the point of
Speaker.
order.
There is a point of order.
Uvisa kahlale kwi-item, hayi indaba education, ayikho indaba education la.
This, please proceed.
So, Mr. Speaker, the budget year end comes now, and it is important that unidentified, monies that have been unspent, that they be identified and utilized in areas that are needed. And that's exactly what happens here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Soga. You are the last.
Thank you, Speaker. It is quite disturbing that we can sit in this house and feel that it is proper to leave money unspent while we cry about refuse bag when our very own employees are without a protective gear that they need as per stipulation of labor relations. So as the African National Congress, we feel that it is imperative to ensure that our employees are safe. Hence, we move the money and transfer it into buying the protective gear for our employees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Soga. Those were the 4 speakers on the list. The DA, they've indicated that they are not supporting the item. It means we have to get an indication of those who are in support and those who are abstaining on the item. Now we'll start with those who are in support. Secretariat, can you please check the numbers? Those who are in support of the item. Far right. No, take care. Bangahlisa. Yes, lower your hands, councillors. Right, those who are against. Can we count those who are against? Yeah, about two lapha. Please lower your hands. Then those who abstain. Those who abstain. There's no one who abstain. Secretariat, can you please add the numbers and give us the result? Yes, we have 154 in support, 58 against. There's no abstinence. The item is carried forward. Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We're now on page number 27, item 3.1, request for authority to transfer funds from savings identified from chemicals in 2021-2022 financial year to hire services of floating aerators at Umbilo Wastewater Treatment Works. Committee recommends.
Is recommend agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you, City Manager.
Item number 3.2, page 3.3, page 28, item number 3.3, transfer of operating budget savings in financial year 2021-2022 for water and sanitation unit in the Department of Sanitation Operations Department. Committee recommends.
There is a speaker from the IFP, Councillor J. Naidu, on item 3.3, page 28. Councillor Naidu. Councillor Naidu, I can't hear you. Maybe
Honourable Speaker, the IFP supports this recommendation for water and sanitation to move savings from the operational budget to areas where equipment has failed. Going through the table of votes, the IFP is pleased that funds are being directed to the wastewater treatment works plants in particular. It is a fact that a large number of these plants are not functioning due to capacity issues and a failure to ensure adequate maintenance of these equipment. This has created a huge challenge for communities whose rights to clean spaces and basic human dignity has been compromised. Speaker, such has been the situation of residents of Lotus, Protea, and Watsonia Drive residents in Craigieburn, where residents were subjected to horrendous stench, flies, and unhealthy exposure. In the February Council sitting, the IFP had posed pointed questions regarding the functionality of the Craigieburn wastewater treatment works plant. Today, we are very glad that the unit has adequately responded by adjusting their budget to part of the maintenance work required at the following plants in Ward 99. Craigieburn Treatment Works Plant, Amkomas Treatment Works Plant, and Makabeni Treatment Works Plant, with the combined allocation of 650,000, which is a step in the right direction. My colleague, Councillor Hannapin, is equally pleased that 480,000 is budgeted for the Phoenix Treatment Work Plant in the north. Speaker, the IFP notes that progress has been made and is definitely a step in the right direction. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, councillors. There were no other speakers. Councillors, is the commission agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. We're now on to page 30. And we are dealing with item number 4.1, request for approval of 2022-2023 tariffs for health unit. Committee recommends.
Thank you very much, City Manager. We have a speaker, Councillor Andipen from the IFP, page 30, item 4.1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over several years, this House has argued and debated the issue of unfunded mandates. Undoubtedly, these competencies, which are either at the jurisdiction of national or provincial government, puts financial strain on the municipality and by extension on the ratepayers of the city. In recent years, we have seen how the city has barely made it to keep its commitments and on many occasions come face to face with near bankruptcy. We can hardly provide services to our residents without taking billion-rand loans. To continue providing services which are to be managed by other levels of government without being remunerated for it would mean adding further pressure on already overburdened ratepayers. What this item seeks to achieve is to use the residents of the city to generate revenue to sustain a mandate that should be financed by provincial government. Our message is clear. No. The honourable men and women opposite must engage with their counterparts in the ruling party to take responsibility for their departments or vacate office and let those who know how to run these departments do so. We cannot assist them any longer. This is just another form of bailout to the governing party whose only notable achievement is abdicating its responsibility and making citizens of the city suffer. No, 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 Mr. Speaker. The IFP cannot, in the interest of good governance or in good conscience, support this item. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Andipen. The IFP is not supporting the item, and in my list there are no other speakers, but I have to find out from the floor those who are supporting the item. By show of hands. Those who are in support of the item, continue to raise your hands till the team have satisfied themselves. Yes, you can lower your hands. They finish counting those who are in support. Those who are against. Those who are against. Yeah. There's a hand this side. There's a hand as well. There are two at the corner there. Then Nalawalana. Those who abstain. Listen, there's other hand that side. Yeah, well, thank you. Yes, thank you very much. You can lower your hands.
TA is 4.
Speaker, the ACDP is against.
I don't know where's the Secretariat, who's handling this thing? See
It's
if I have
late, they all are tired.
Huh?
Speaker, I don't see my vote there. ATM. 4. Alikho ivote lami lapha sihlalo somlomo. Ivote lami angiliboni lapha. ATM. Yeah, ku 4. Ngiyabonga.
Councillors, those who are in support is 112. Those who are against is 15. Those who are abstaining is 77. The item is being carried forward. Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on to... Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on to page number 31, item 4.3. Request for approval of 2022-2023 tariffs for Parks and Recreation and Culture Unit. Committee recommends.
Committee, is the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Speaker?
Speaker.
We'd like to abstain,
Okay,
please.
Councillor Graham.
We'd like to abstain, please.
Uh,
We'd like to abstain, please.
Yes, the A is abstaining. There's a hand there.
Thank you, Speaker. The IFP is abstaining as well.
Speaker, ACDP abstain.
Is DA abstaining and
IFP.
IFP? Okay. Thank you. Let me again check the House. Those who are in support of the item. 4.3, page number 31. Those in support.
Secretariat is tired. 4 and abstain. Yadlala.
I know, but they got us 4 and abstaining. See, they got us both there.
Yeah, please raise those boards at the back so that we finalize. Yes. We are finding.
Yeah. Speaker.
Then Lanyabona.
Speaker.
Siyavota manje sikhuluma, kuyavota manje.
Speaker.
No.
We just want you to know this EFF agreed on the item, the previous item. Thanks.
No, umuvuma phakamisa uthi uyavuma. Yes, bazonibala ke beniphakamiseni.
Speaker.
Are you done?
No, Speaker, there's an error on that board. The IFP has voted against, and you have us 4 and against. We are not confused.
Yeah, let me check those hands of those who are
Sorry,
against the item.
Sorry, we abstained, not voted against.
Those who are against? Those who are against? Nah, there's no two.
And the NFP vote was not counted.
Right, thank you very much. Those who are abstaining? Those who are abstaining? Can you quickly count?
Somlong. NFP vote was not counted.
Who cares?
No, I'm voting. But they were in support.
Umthetho.
Somlong. Somlong.
Yes.
This is a game of numbers. NFP vote was not counted.
NFP?
Yes. It's 4. Forget about those howlers.
Al-Jama also is 4. Mr. Speaker, Al-Jama is 4.
Councillor Mien says,
IFP u-13 Somlo.
Hayi umnyeni kuphela we-speaker.
Iy'namba sayibanga
Let's allow the team to conclude so that we know.
Umnyeni. Kanti kanjani?
Sicela nilungise iy'namba lapha Somlomo. I-IFP u-13 siyacela.
Somlomo ne-PRM.
Nisibale manje ngasethembi.
PRM 4.
PRM.
Ubani?
Somlomo siyafisa ngoba siyakuhlonipha. Usilalele njengani yakwethu siqhubeke nokukuhlonipha. Siyacela ngomoya wokukholo.
Speaker, sicela usilungisele inamba lapha. EFF
PRM
24 notes 19.
Speaker.
Al-Jama 4.
The IFP has 13 members present.
Somlomo, EPRM
I
is
don't
not
think I am
counted.
invisible.
Please. Speaker. Speaker.
Can I check the
I think we need to give the abacus sets to the
is abstained.
Secretariat.
Speaker. Speaker.
Yes.
Could you please listen to us, Speaker? IPRM awuyifaka ngalaphayana.
Try PRM
Ayikho. It's 4. That's it.
TA and Al-Jama.
Wafika kuyona wagxuma ngale yampukane yakho. Impuka
They're going IFP has 13 members.
PRM, are you in support or against?
Secretariat 13,
Ngiyasupporta
IFP
bo
13.
Somlomo. Ngiyasupporta manje impukani
So, councillors, can I
PRM is in support, Speaker.
Yeah, PRM in support.
Correction, Mr. Chair, TA supports.
Correction on? Yes?
TA supports 4.
To get that point that
Speaker, sicela usilungisele lapha.
Correction, Speaker.
No, can you speak? You are saying?
Yeah, the IFP has 13 members present, not 12. No, there's 13.
No, I'm checking that hand at the back. What no?
There are 12 members there. Please count your members properly.
Yeah, but we are the.
Can we have a legal opinion on Visvin's
Can you
behavior,
just
please?
make a correction there on the EFF? We are 24 and we voted for the item.
Yeah. Now, there's a hand from EFF. Yes?
I'm saying, Speaker, just make a correction there. We are 24, not 19, and we voted for the item. Thank you.
24. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Chair.
Team to finish counting, please, to tally the numbers.
On the extreme left, we have MF, which is completely absent, and you have them as voted for. Please amend.
Let me verify one thing. EFF, are you against, abstaining, or in support?
We are in support, Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Again, correction, we are 24. We've been saying this over and over again, Speaker. Please.
Mr. Speaker, correction, please. Nobody from MF voted once.
Yeah, councillors, we have 138 in support, 71 abstain, 0. There was no one against. The item is being carried forward, City Manager. Let me make a request, councillors. During the voting process, can I appeal that no one should move up and down because it confuses the team that deal with numbers. When we are voting, let's limit the movement so that it will be easy to manage numbers. City Manager?
Thank you very much, Honorable
Chair.
Speaker. Request
Chair.
for approval 2022
Speaker,
2023
on the left, please.
tariffs.
There is a,
On the left, on your left. Yeah, your left. That's me.
yes,
Speaker, you have some minority parties who are not even present here, but they are marked as voted on the ballots. Please inquire about that. Specifically talking about maybe MOSA. I didn't see MOSA
Okay.
here, but they voted. And also, I think MF as well. He's not in the House, if I'm not mistaken. Please, can I be rectified? Thank you.
okay, things, please, team collect that, City Manager. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On item 4.4, request for approval of tariffs for stadia and facilities unit for financial year 2022-2023. Committee recommends.
Councillors, is the commission agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Speaker.
Item number 6 on
Speaker.
page 33.
IFP abstain.
Speaker,
Yes,
we abstaining, please, on the stadia tariffs.
on,
4.4.
4.4. Page 32, 4.4, eh?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
We abstaining. Thanks.
Okay.
The
thank
IFP
you.
abstains as well, Mr. Speaker.
ACDP abstains, Speaker.
Right, let me get an indication, councillors. Page 32, item 4.4. Those who are in support of the item, please raise your hands so that we are counting. No movement, please.
Support.
No movement. Ubalo uphuma lapha ngomnyango.
Yeah.
Secretariat, make sure that you count each and every hand.
No, the Secretariat is not counting hands. She's just.
Mana mamunyanisa, mana kon la.
Mana lapho nje
Chair.
mamnyanisa
Chair,
ungasondeli.
Secretariat is not doing what they're supposed to do. Members are walking in now and they're taking the numbers according to what's telling there. It's wrong.
Ubani futhi lo munye ongena.
Deal with the matter because it's not fair.
Mana lapho nama
Speaker, Mr. Reddy is voting
Deal with the
twice.
Secretariat
Ms.
because the
Reddy
number
is
that
voting.
is showing, what she's showing in the back, and there are members that are
Please,
not present.
technical
Deal
team,
with the
please switch
Secretariat
all
in
the
our presence.
mics
Mana
while
lapho
we are
la.
counting. Please switch all the mics.
No, Speaker.
We're counting those who are in support of the item.
Speaker.
Secretary.
Speaker.
No, I'm not checking hands. We are counting now. No,
No,
hands.
no. If you're counting hands, then you're counting wrong.
Mosa supports.
I'm not checking hands. We are counting. We are counting, please. Please, councillors, order.
Azlela.
Sorry. We're banging it.
Dale.
Speaker, before you.
Those who are against the item, please raise your hands.
DA is 53, Speaker.
Against the item. Thank you very much. Those who are abstaining. Let's count those who are abstaining. Look at the far right, this side as well. So there are 4 that side. 1, 2, 3.
Speaker, look on your left,
5.
please. We are
There's 6.
53 in
There's-
total.
Yes, you can lower your hand this side. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Turn this side. Councillor Pillay, sure. You can ngapha.
Awulungise number somlomo. Siu 14 awu 13.
Please, TA, please raise your hand. TA, where is TA?
He
they're
went
not
for
TA
T. He
here.
went for
That's
T.
fine.
Somlong.
That's fine. Thank you.
Kodwa uhambe votile. Uthe 4.
Hayi kodwa inkathi engathi nibamba ngophondo. Uma siu 14 siu 13 kanti inkathi ayenzani bakwethu?
Kodwa wena obela nenkathi omncane kangaka.
Yes, on page 32, item 4.4. Those who are in support, 129. Those who are against, 32. Those who are abstaining, 70. The item is carried forward. City Manager.
Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Honourable Speaker. Item on page 33.
No.
Item number 6, 2022-2023 tariffs for utilization of Sizakala Committee Room. Committee recommends.
Thank you, Councillor Kumete. From the IFP, you are a speaker on item number 6, page 33.
Thank you, Speaker. The tariffs are not what our community need at this point in time, knowing the fact that our community have lost jobs and there were no salary increments for the past 2 years. We are expecting our community to raise funds. Where are we expecting our community to raise funds from? These tariffs, IFP will not support. Instead, we will abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As much as we understand the situation that is faced by our people out there in terms of the economic situation caused by COVID-19 and the economic situation in the country of the joblessness and all of that. But as a municipality, we must provide services. And at times, we cannot run at a loss in terms of the services, the cost of the services that we provide. And therefore, at times, we must ask our people to contribute for the kinds of services that we are going to. Otherwise, the municipality is not going to be sustainable, and we are not going to be able to extend those services to other people. So, as much as we understand the situation, but as the ANC, we support these tariffs, and we hope that through the other interventions that the city has embarked on in terms of economic development projects, we'll be able to raise the living standard of some of our people, provide jobs and all of that, so that these tariffs become affordable and the services continue to be rendered at a sustainable way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Madlala. Already the IFP have indicated that they are abstaining on the item, while the ANC is in support. I therefore have to find an indication from the House by show of hands of those who are in support of the item. No movement, please, as I have requested. It's a pity I don't have security on the door. I can see people moving in and out. We are counting those who are supporting the item. Let your hands.
abanye abondli njalo.
Kwala sikwenzeni kodwa?
Babili okwala la.
Yes, thank you. You can lower your hands. Those who are against the item. Against. Nanzi nabaphezulu lapha. Kahleni ke akuvotwa ngamlomo kuvotwa ngezandla. Yeah, thulani please.
Ayithuli izalukwazi.
Madlala ngala.
Thank you. Lower your hands. Those who are abstaining.
Usho muphi ukwabili?
Asikahleli umsindo, councillors, siyavota please.
Ukhansela Mkhize. Nokhansela uGwala.
Sishugwala wangampela.
Somlomo. Somlomo.
Yebo.
Yenzeni NFP?
Lesibonga. Teams angathi Somlomo.
Al Councillor Lumien.
Thank you. We can see our vote there.
Speaker.
Vukani kubaba ikhanda.
Speaker, you
Thanks. Councillors, those who are in support.
Speaker.
102. Those
No,
who are
Speaker.
against. 25.
Point of order,
Those
Speaker.
who are abstaining. 76. Let's proceed.
Point of order,
Manager,
Speaker.
the item is being carried forward. Thank you. City Manager.
I abstained, but you giving me your own vote.
which page?
Yeah, page number 6, manje, Integrated Development Plan. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Order, please, order.
We are now on page number 34, item number 7, Integrated Development Plan 2021-2022, midterm amendments to the Organizational Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan. Committee recommends.
Is the recommendation agreed, councillors?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Speaker.
Thank you.
No, Speaker. Speaker. No.
Or there's no this side. Item 7, page number 34. Let me go get those who are in support. Secretariat, let's be accurate.
Woza kwalo zakho.
So suke shitsha umqondo.
Hayi woza mphephetha mkhawami.
Sesiqedile manje.
Awu. Asivote.
Mzala. Siyabonga kwala mzala.
Uthabani umthetho uyafisa kodwa.
Ingabantu lento ayikho ngezisu.
Ehlisani izandla khongolosa. Nyambo si budget le.
Thank you very much. You can lower your hands. Those who are against the item. Against the item. Yeah, abonga left to you.
Ke mamfowethu sihlala nawe lamuntu. Ke muwase lamuntu wena. Twenza yimbi.
Namba nodwa.
Thank you, councillors. Those who are abstaining. Those who are abstaining. Yeah. Thank you very much, councillors. Those who are in support of the item, 142. Those who are against, 52. Those who are abstaining, there are 5. Therefore, the motion or the item is being carried forward. Thank you very much, City Manager. We will now move to the second supplementary of our agenda. City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. His Worship, the Mayor, will table the ESCO report.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May I take this opportunity to present the third report of the Executive Committee.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We go straight to the report of Finance, Security and Emergency Services Committee meeting, which was held on the 17th of March 2022. The first item on page 3 of the second supplementary agenda is item number 1.1, which is Fire and Emergency Services Tariffs 2022-2023 financial year. Committee recommends.
Speaker. Is the Queen agreed, councillors?
Speaker.
Agreed.
Agreed. Speaker.
Yes, councillor.
Le second supplementary lesithola manje lesesikuyona speaker so asikwazi ukuthi sivele singene kuyo sacela nje ukuthi usiphe at least 15 minutes caucus. Siyabonga.
Seconded. Agreed.
Asibuye
And
ngeshamfushile.
coffee is also outside.
Satoli tea time. Hey, tea time. Satoli
Yes, Councilman
tea
Madala.
time.
Florida.
Thank you very
Councillors,
much.
order, please, order.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Councillors,
Speaker,
please, Councillor Madala is on the floor.
Yes, Speaker, before we...
Councillors, please, there's a lot of movement and it disturbs council. Councillors, please stop moving up and down.
Speaker, can I do two things?
Councillor Madala?
Yes, can I do two things, Speaker? One is to second the EFF on their request for a caucus. But before that, can I ask for your indulgence that on the report that we have just finished now, there was one item which was accidentally omitted, which is one of the priorities because it, as the month ends today, if we don't approve it, we are going to be in trouble.
Okay, thank you, Babu Madala, ngoba ama items because cases are ekuqaleni ukuthi sithi go through on so confirm before so discuss, but there was a proposal from Councillor Graham that we must move with those items. Maybe it happened that we missed one item from this side from the city manager. Please indicate a below item.
It's an item on page 16 of the original, the first agenda. Page 16. Approval of discretional grant from the local government SETA Education Training Authority.
No, that one was approved.
No, that was the first one. We are getting a lot of money. We are CSMNs. Leo ishoyo speak ukuthi si approvile ile egu page 13 u13 le iku page 16.
Busa opposite Madlala.
Sewu-approvile bafethu.
Hayi ngicela si check ukuthi approve ngempela ngeke imali enkulu kabi le.
Page 16.
Hayi right.
Umadlala udlala ngathi.
Sozabe, according to my record, that one was supported.
Awu siyabonga kakhulu. Awu
Madlala. Coffee time.
EFF singahamba
Ukebhile Madlala la.
fighters.
Yeah, thanks, councillors. I think the request from the EFF is a fair request. Let's have a 15-minute break.
Thank you.
The EFF should have been back now. Cela basemnyango bangene ngaphakathi. Asingeneni. Councillors, those who are outside, please. Mina. Councillors, asibuye sonke singene ngaphakathi. EFF beyicele u15 minutes. Osuphelile bengicela ukuthi nabo basondele. Lapha eminyango khona ama-councillor ayisixuku angangeni ngaphakathi. Please, councillors, come inside. Oh. Okay, wangisizaya ke ya.
Abi. Ngivula amabo. Ngifuna ulokhozi. Ubadlalela la.
City Manager. Councillors, we are starting now. There are many councillors who are still outside. Let me request whips of parties to make sure that everyone is inside the hall. Leaders of political parties, please assist me. Councillors, we are about to start. Please settle down. We are trying to locate the leadership of the EFF for them to come. Number 12. Yes, God is praying.
Mr. Speaker, I think they're sleeping in number 12.
Sorry, Speaker, EFF members are not in as yet.
They're,
Bedtime.
they're having a ziz in number 12.
I suppose they must have staged a walkout.
It's their bedtime, unfortunately.
Councillors, we want to allow everyone to come in and gives the Secretariat a chance to do the counting and confirm numbers as we are coming back. Please come back, settle down while we are trying to call the EFF, and we'll do the counting before we continue with our agenda.
Mr. Speaker, the time is up. Please proceed with the meeting, or I'm going to have to go to the rules.
Yes, Councillor Reddy, I wanted to start now, but I was trying to give councillors from EFF to come back, but they're still sitting that side, but we'll proceed.
Councillor Reddy is misleading this house.
Yeah, we'll proceed We have already called them, hope that they will quickly join the meeting.
Yes, let's proceed, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Councillor Visvin Reddy is misleading this House.
May I draw your attention that we are on second supplementary agenda. We were on item number 1. We were on item number 1. Please, councillors, set it down. Order, please. Councillors, order. We are now continuing with our meeting. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The first item.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the adjournment was called because the EFF had requested for a caucus. You need to now ask for a report from the EFF regarding the caucus. And if they are not present, it must be recorded in the minutes as such. Thank you.
Yes, the EFF, they requested 15 minutes. I gave them that 15 minutes, they are not yet back. And I can't wait for them not knowing when exactly they'll be back. That will be unfair to other councillors.
Mr. Speaker, then I move that we proceed with this council meeting, notwithstanding the EFF not being present, because the 15 minutes is up.
Somlomo.
Agreed. Yes, City Manager.
Item 1.1, Fire and Emergency Services Tariffs 2022-2023 Financial Year Committee recommends.
Councillors, is the commission agreed?
Agreed.
Great.
Abstaining, please.
There is a hand from Councillor Krem.
We abstaining, please, Speaker.
Yes.
Uxolo somlomo.
Yebo.
Noma sengesaba nje somlomo. Kodwa bengifisa ukuthola mina ilegal opinion ukuthi umuntu mayecele i-caucus for certain minutes bese ngabuyi emva kwaleso sikhathi. Mhlambe senza kanjani njengekhansela ukuze siqhubeke ne business of the day. Kungabe ukuthi siyakwenza nje ngoba mina nginokuzwelana nabo ukuthi bayicelile i-caucus, that's why besingekho. Kodwa manje sesiyaqhubeka without ukubeza ukuthi bathini. Kodwa ngiyayizwa isupport ukuthi isikhathi sesedlule. Bengicela mhlambe asiphe ilegal. Kodwa noma sengesaba nje.
Ngiyakuzwa Councillor Gwala, anginayo inkinga nalokho, kodwa isicelo bengasiyona i-caucus yobusuku bonke. Bekuyi-caucus ka 15 minutes sayivumele. Na uma ke ungasabuyi ngama minutes acele uwe. Angazi ukuthi yini emele hlasibheke lapho imele sicheke no legal, kodwa ngoba ke usucelile ngoba ukhona ulegal ngizovumela ukuthi basiguide ukuthi umcela isikhathi wahluleka ukusibamba wena. What are the legal implications kwi council? Ekade ayikho lento ekubuza emqulwini. Ekade ayikho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rules provide that if a party has requested time to
Wangena Felix no Kadoke.
For future.
Koloma.
Yes, okay, Felix.
I think because they are back, for the sake of time, councillors, let's allow them to settle down and proceed with the meeting. Secretariat, can you please confirm the...
Somlom.
the numbers have said.
Somlo.
Babkwala.
Ngokukhulu ukuhlonipha nje somlomo futhi ngiyohleze ngenza kanjalo. Sengicelela nje ukuthi legally ngisize for the near future ukuthi kwenzekalani ngoba kuzokwenziwa ngelinye ilanga.
Okay, no. I should play because it's empowering. I don't have a problem to allow Ubabumtiane just to share that for a few minutes. Ukuze kusasa sazi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I was saying is that the rules makes it mandatory for the Speaker to request the party that had asked for a time off during a council meeting to report back before the meeting continues. At the time I was giving that opinion, the party that had made that request was not back, and I was about to say that the Speaker has the power to determine that the meeting will proceed without him asking the party, because the party is not present in the council meeting. But now that they are back, I think the Speaker now has to ask for a report back on the time off that had been requested. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the opinion. The reason why we were proceeding with our meeting is because the EFF was not yet back, because I could not ask them to report back on the 15 minutes they have requested while they were not here. Hence, we were proceeding with the minute because 15 minutes was already lapsed. But because now the EFF is back, we will just give them an opportunity to report back as per the rules. EFF?
Speaker, we must report back on what?
You requested 15 minutes break.
Yes, but we are back.
Oh, God, that's so much.
It's a procedure. Councillor.
Yes, sir, Speaker.
Councillor, if you request a break in the middle of the council business, when the Speaker grants you that opportunity, you are expected to come back and report to council because you are given council time. It's a procedure.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We are back. You can continue with the agenda.
Permission
from us now. Point of
progress, progress, Mr. Speaker. Let's move on.
No, thanks, Councillor.
Speaker.
Let's proceed with our meeting, City Manager.
No.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are now on to item number 1.4. Sorry, 1.3, review of Durban Metropolitan Police Service Units tariffs for financial year 2022-2023. Committee recommends.
Thank you, councillors. Is the recommendation agreed?
Great.
We're abstaining.
Thank you.
We're abstaining.
Item number 1.
Councillor, sorry, there are hands. Councillor Graham.
We're abstaining, please.
You abstain. Then I have to divide the House. Secretariat, you are ready with your numbers. We are on page 4, item number 1.3. Those who are supporting the item.
Oh, we're going to 1.3, we never do.
Somlom. Thank you very much. Those who are against the item. Those who are against.
Somlom.
Yes.
Why you keep on changing our numbers? They were 24, not 23. So asikwazi ukuvota numbers zethu silokhu zishintsha lapha. Namsana ukudlalela kuleyanto.
Okay, thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor, to bring that to my attention. The team will correct that. That's why I've said, let's take it down and allow Secretariat to confirm numbers. Thanks, Councillor, we're going to correct that. Those who are against, right? Those who are abstaining, let's count Secretariat. Can I get an indication from Freedom Front Plus?
Abstain.
Abstain.
Correct, Speaker, abstain.
Thank you. Economy. Thank you. Those who are in support of the item is 112. There's no one against the item. Those who have abstained, the number is 98.
Kunephutha lapha Somlo.
The item is carried forward.
Kunephutha lapha kwi-PRM. Awubuke kahle. Ukhona nje kodwa akasho lutho akakhuluma.
Thank you, City Manager. Let's proceed.
Somlo.
Yes.
Ngiyakuhlonipha kakhulu Somlo. Ngicela ucheck i-PRM ukuthi yenze njani.
Ngizwizwi angiboni ubakhuluma. Babkwala.
Hayi nange selilungisa uSecretariat.
Okay.
Siyakulekelela.
Siyabonga. City Manager.
Next item is the budget statement for the month ending 31st January 2021. Committee comments.
Is it agreed?
Agreed.
Yeah.
I'm a
Thank
speaker.
you.
On page 6, item 1.8.
I'm a speaker.
There is a hand.
I'm down for a speaker.
Yes.
On 1.5.
1.5.
Page 5.
Yes, page 5, 1.5, Councillor.
Am I down as a speaker? Yeah. Let me just start off by saying the following, that this particular report, the budget statement in the Finance Committee and for this House is probably one of the most important items on the agenda. What it does is it highlights and points out the revenue streams versus outflows and how we as a city are performing. And it's always astounding that, but not surprising, that during the committee meeting that the majority tried to push it through as for noting only, whereas it can't be for noting, because there are many issues here that need to be highlighted, and I'm hoping that the media and press are still present as we pick out some of what the challenges are. And the ANC in particular always make reference to, revenue collection is down and so on and so forth due to COVID. But a far greater issue, which is deliberately or inconveniently or conveniently left out, was the looting and the rioting and the destruction of many businesses. I think it was 777, if I recall, that actually had one of the greater impacts on our revenue collection, for which the ANC still haven't apologized for not protecting those that needed protecting during that particular point in time. So when we go through that particular statement, you'll have a look at that the formal sector employment.
Point of order, Speaker.
Decreased by 55.
The point of order. The point of order.
I'm not in the habit of raising orders, Speaker, but I think the councillor must not include, is wrong to assume or infer that the ANC is some protection services that would have or could have protected businesses. We have the police in South Africa, we have the police in the city. So leave the political parties out and talk about those.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah,
thank you,
see, that is actually not
thank
a
you,
point
thank
of
you,
order.
thank you, Councillor. Can you please confine yourself to the point you are raising?
But that is not a point of order. And let me clarify that the ANC are the ruling party, and they could have instructed Metro Police
sorry,
and
Councillor,
security
you
to
must
be out
address
on the
me,
streets
not
and
Councillor
to look after
Madlala.
us.
Please
order,
continue
Mr.
with
Speaker.
your point, but please confine yourself on the item.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry,
Thank you very much. Are you done?
I know, I'm looking for direction because I'm confused. Who's the speaker? Is it Visvan or is it you?
You are directionless yourself.
I said you are still on the floor, but please confine yourself for the item and conclude.
Well,
Speaker, Speaker.
Let's allow him to finish, please.
Speaker.
Yes. Who's that?
Councillor Xulu.
Councillor Xulu.
Yes.
Yes. Khuluma ngikuboni kodwa.
TV.
On this side.
Yes, yes.
Okay. No, I see the exchange between you and the Honorable Councillor on that side. What one wishes to say is that we are becoming concerned because the time the council started, now one is seeking that maybe if we might find a certain way, because we can see the behavior of honorable councillors on the side of the DA is unbecoming, unacceptable. Maybe if we can find the brutalizers so to check whether they are still in their sober mind.
Thank you. Thanks. Please, Councillor, conclude your point.
I would agree with that, and at the same
Councillors, please order.
at the same time, there must be a test for drugs, because it seems like the last speaker, would need to take a similar test. But let's just talk about
Councillors,
the
please,
report.
order. Let's allow him to finish his point. Order, please, Councillors. I appeal.
Which, if I'm allowed to.
Please switch on your mic.
And I get what's happening is the uncomfortable facts, and I get that, one would like to suppress this sort of discussion, which is what happens in the Finance Committee. So I'm hoping, as I said to you, that there's media and other good people out there that are listening to these important factors. The formal sector employment decreased by 55,000 jobs during this particular period. Water distribution losses of 54.5%. Now, the second speaker, Visvan, when he was on that side of the House and he was part of the majority, he was the chair of this particular committee, and I'm going to remind him what he said. We were at 25% 10 to 15 years ago, and he said, not under his watch or the ANC's watch will we get above 30%. We're now at 54%. Wasted years, and we're still climbing in our water losses.
That's what happened when I left.
Electricity loss of 11.4%, way above. And what's happening? Revenue collection for electricity is far greater than that of rates. And yet what's happening, because we've created an unstable grid, an unstable utility base of water and electricity, people are going off grid. They're going solar and environmentally friendly and finding alternative means, because we're unable to provide a stable grid. Theft of copper, sabotage, or shall I not use the word sabotage because we can't use that, vandalized, ongoing vandalization of transformers is creating an unstable environment for businesses to operate here, which will, make reflection on the 55,000 people that have, lost their jobs. Another one, a major loss of revenue in traffic fines. Why aren't we talking about that? Why is there still this ongoing issue with us not being able to enforce traffic enforcement by camera? The adjustment, the overtime adjustment budget, out of control. Just have a look at the numbers. The eThekwini Transport Authority, it makes, sweeping references about, some of the good things we're doing. But we're not speaking about Go Durban. We could be 2 billion down. We still don't know what it is, despite us asking for ongoing budgets. Have a look where we are. There must be 3 or 4 years past the go date. We haven't seen a budget, and not a single passenger has used it. But here's the interesting part. Our total debt, owing debt, is at 18 billion rand. On the 31st of January 2020, only 2 years ago, it was 12 billion rand. That's an increase of 40%
Point of order,
of
Mr.
bad
Speaker.
debt.
Of order.
Mr. Speaker, I draw your attention to Section 24, Subsection 4 of the Rules of Order, which states that a councillor who speaks must confine their speech strictly to the matter under discussion. Now, Gori there from the DA, he is having a discussion which ought to be held with the MPAC committee, and this recommendation is for noting purposes. And if you read the report clearly on 1.5.3, it says that this matter and those issues that he raises, which are quite valid and true, it's a matter that ought to be discussed, and recommendations need to be forthcoming from the MPAC committee. This is not MPAC, it's the council, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind Gori about that. I thank you.
Speaker, if Visvan spent less time looking at the rules of order,
he's out of
and
order.
he had
Please
a
rule
look
on
at
the
the
matter.
Visvan
And got
speech.
legal
Sorry.
advice. I want them to be very
I've already allowed you. May you please conclude?
Yeah, if
Please
Visvan
conclude.
spent less time looking at the rules of order and the agenda items, he'd understand clearly, because he hasn't looked at the item that I'm referring to, everything there is relevant. We're 40% higher in our bad debt,
Mr. Speaker,
uncollected
I
debt,
raised a point of order,
which-
and I don't have a
Another one,
ruling
sorry,
on that
I-
order. The Speaker is
I really
out
am
of
getting
order.
confused.
Yes.
Who
I
am
gave you
looking
the
at? Who's
relevant
the speaker
section
here?
of the rules.
Yes,
Please
And he
make
still
a ruling.
persists.
Councillor
Is
Viss,
Visvan the speaker or you, sir?
Councillor Viss, I understood your point, but I said he must conclude the point he have raised.
He cannot continue defying the rules.
Can you please, Councillor, conclude your point? Yes, that's why I'm allowing him to speak.
Thank you. You know, and I get Visvan's point.
Please,
and I
order, councillors.
understand where his loyalties lay and the suppression of important facts. But so when, instead of collecting the uncollected or the collectible debt, let's look at the collectible debt, which they say is 14 billion. In January 2021, it was only 9.7 billion. So what this says, instead of just noting it, Councillor Reddy, the discussion point that needs to happen is we're not collecting the collectible debt.
See,
That's
now
why it can't be for
the
noting.
problem now you are having, you are not
what we
addressing
then
the
do is
speaker.
we
Sorry. Because now you are not addressing the speaker, you are addressing Councillor Reddy. Please address me, not Councillor Reddy.
That is true, and that's why I said I'm confused who is in charge here. But
point of order, Speaker.
and I can tell you what, with the one
point of
great
order.
example, the one good
Kodwa
example,
uyayidinga
the one good example of how it can
Sekulate
work when you
Speaker,
collect bad
akahambe
debt,
uphumula
when you
kudala.
collect debt, and that is that Itala owed this city 22 million rand in January 2021. And what have you done systematically? You've cut them off and all their tenants, and they're now only 3 million. So the point is this: if we collected the collectible debt, we would be in a far better position to talk about what Madlala makes reference to, is that we're going to have more electricians and more plumbers on the streets. Because if we had more electricians and more plumbers, your lights and electricity wouldn't be out as often as they are. Your water wouldn't be out as often as they
Point
are.
of order,
You would
Mr.
then
Speaker.
collect more revenue.
Please,
And
Mr.
that's
Speaker,
why
point
this
of
cannot
order.
be
The
for
rule says
noting,
a point
and
of
a lot
order, the
more
Speaker must stop
attention needs
speaking.
to be made
I
in
raised the
collecting
point of order, Mr.
the
Speaker.
collectible debt. There's no political will. There's no accountability. And that's why the DA does what we do best. We hold you to accountable and we make the facts
What
known
is
for
best?
everybody to hear. Thank you.
Your race is best.
Thank you. Councillors, let me remind you again. I know that it is late already, but we still have to respect one another. When there's councillor on the floor speaking, please, councillors, keep quiet. Allow that councillor to make his or her point. Because when you are making noise, it's difficult to hear the argument from that councillor. Let's respect the meeting. Even if you disagree with the point raised, instead of making noise, you better keep quiet so that the meeting will run smoothly and will save time. It's an appeal, councillors, and I'm reminding all of you to respect one another and to respect the council meeting. Thank you very much, councillor. We were on 1.5, yeah, page 5. Now, the point you are making is that you are not supporting the item. We are not noting the item. Yeah. No, thank you very much. Councillors, is the item noted?
Noted.
Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We are on page number 6, item 1.8, Revenue Management Deposit Tariffs, 2022-2023 financial year. Committee recommends.
Is the recommendation agreed, councillors?
We're abstaining, please, Speaker.
Councillor Clem?
We're abstaining, please.
Abstain. There's a hand there.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the IFP abstains.
Okay. Thank you very much.
ACDP
Those
abstains.
who are in support of the item. Secretariat, make sure that you count those who are in support. Page 6, 1.8.
How many more do we have here? No, it won't be this whole thing. Yeah, economic development won't be much, yeah. Oh, it's a lot here, man.
Thank you very much. Let's get those who are against the item, who are not in support. There are no hands. Those who are abstaining, let's count those numbers. Thank you, councillors. Those who are in support is 112, and those who are against, there is 0. Those who have abstained, 98. Therefore, the item is being carried forward. Thank you, City Manager.
On page 7, item 1.9, review of valuation roll tariffs for 2022-2023 financial year. Committee recommends.
Is Romina agreed, councillors?
Mr. Speaker,
Speaker, yeah.
Mr. Speaker,
IFP would like to speak on this item.
Yes.
ADEC would like to speak on this item.
Yes, you can speak, councillor. Ready?
No, I think IFP was before me. Who's on the floor, Mr. Speaker?
No, there's no list of speakers for this item because...
Right. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of tariffs, I have watched with quite much amusement...
Mr. Speaker, point of order, Mr. Speaker.
No, Councillor Vice, you want to speak on page 7, eh?
Yes, item 1.9.
1.9. Okay, please speak.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
There is a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Let's hear the point of order.
Okay.
I had indicated to you prior to Councillor Reddy's indication to speak that the IFP wishes to speak on this item as well.
Okay. As I've said, councillors, I don't have a list of speakers here. I will just point hand as you raise hand. Councillor Vice will be the first, then will be the second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have watched with amusement at some of the councillors displaying some of their ignorance and voting against and abstaining issues that relates to the tariffs and, of course, the budget. In respect of the valuation roll tariffs, we as ADEC, we are opposed to any increase in the objection process.
I as ADEC, not
there's
we.
order.
I.
Councillor Kosi.
Mr. Speaker, with due respect, we cannot sit here and listen Councillor Visven telling us that we are voting with ignorance. I don't know whether we need to reiterate in what he's saying. I don't know whether you will accept if I'm saying that he's talking nonsense. Because if he's saying by us abstaining, we are voting with ignorance, he's talking nonsense.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors.
Mr. Speaker,
Councillor
ignorance
please,
means
please,
lack of knowledge or understanding. And that's exactly what I mean.
Looking in the mirror, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, councillors. Councillor Visven. Councillors.
May I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
Please, councillors.
Mr. Speaker, the reason I say that is because these are draft.
Councillors. Please, councillors, mind your language. Because the statement you utter or thing that you are saying in council have a possibility to keep this meeting delaying and will take time because of things that are unnecessary being said by councillors. If you are being given a platform to talk on the item, please, councillors, speak on the item. Avoid making unnecessary statements. Is an appeal. I therefore, Councillor Vice, want to request you to withdraw those statements.
I withdraw. I
to
withdraw.
refer
I withdraw
to other councillors to say they're voting for nonsense, please.
May I proceed?
Withdraw that and then proceed.
I withdraw completely. Mr. Speaker,
Thank you.
All these items of tariffs, they are part of a budget consultation process where this is going to communities and other stakeholders for them to make input. The final budget is something that we are going to approve in the next or the following meeting. So it doesn't make sense to object now. What are you objecting to now? You don't want this to go for consultation with communities and stakeholders. That's what you're saying.
Inkinga manje ukuthi omunye ukansela mekhuluma kukhona abangavumelani naye bebemmemeza nalokho nje kuphambene nenqubo umhlangano bekunesandla lapha kulesinye ngapha khona esika madlala sigcine ngo deputy mayor nasi isandla ke lapha council.
Can I come in first, Somlom?
No, Babu Nkosi, there is a hand emva
To
kwakho.
address the attitude of Councillor.
No, at the hand, at the back, Babu Nkosi.
Somlom, you know, Somlom, uma ufuna sihloniphe.
No.
Yasabisa phela manje.
Linda. Upersonal baba, hlala phansi baba.
Hlala phansi Mduduzi. Hlala phansi Mduduzi.
Can you please switch on your mic?
Personal my leader. Hlala phansi madoda.
Hlala phansi
Switch on your mic, Babu Nkosi.
Hlala.
Don't be emotional, leader.
Msana kumsabisa. Hlala phansi
Councillors.
Mduduzi. Hayi awufuni. Wena.
One, two. Councillors.
Mr. Speaker, please throw this councillor out of here. His conduct is totally unbecoming, showing all these signs totally unbecoming of a councillor.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Exercise your power, Mr. Speaker.
Councillors.
You have the power to exercise it and get this man thrown out of
Babu
this
Nkosi.
council meeting.
Babu Red, Vice. Councillor Reti, please. Councillors, order. Let me, sorry. Councillors, please.
They don't want to hear the truth.
Vice, please quiet. Babu Nkosi, nihlale phansi. Please lower your hands. Please lower your hands. Councillors, please. Councillors. Sorry. Councillors, please. Babu Nkosi. Listen, councillors. I've already, Councillor Nkosi, councillors, please, may I have your attention. I've already requested Councillor Visven Ready to withdraw the statement he made earlier and you withdraw those statements. Now, because of noise, angibuyanga ngezwa ukuthi yini ephinde futhi esusumsindo noma ngenyawo. Ebengikwenza bengikhomba ukhansela osemva kwakho babonkosi ukuthi akhulume ngoba bekade ephakamisile, ngakhomba nongapha, ngakhomba nomadlala ngagcina ngoba bumavundla. Ngabuya senisukuma senibanga umsindo ngingezwanga ukuthi yini inkinga. Bengicela councillors ukuthi singamoshi isikhathi. Sidedele ukhansela nangemva akhulume, but at the same time again I want to make an appeal, councillors. Don't delay the meeting unnecessary by making statements that provoke other councillors to defend themselves. That will make the meeting too long. Councillor Vice, angikuzwanga ukuthi uthini after I've said withdraw what you have said.
Speaker.
But can I make an appeal, councillors, to respect the meeting
Speaker.
and to all behave? Now,
Speaker. Speaker, sir.
there are two hands. The hands
Speaker.
I've pointed earlier, then Babunkos. Speak, councillor.
Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence here. Throughout today's sitting, Councillor Visvin Reddy has disrupted this House and insulted the integrity of individuals who serve in this House. That, Mr. Speaker, is completely unacceptable, especially for an individual who is here to represent the masses of this city. I think that it is imperative that you make a ruling that if he is not willing to subject himself to the rules of order at this House, then he must be cast before the Ethics Committee to answer for his delinquency before this House.
Thank you. Councillor Kosi.
Point of order.
Aye, Chairperson. Speaker.
Yeah.
We must be fairly treated.
Speaker,
Of course.
not a single day where, as IFP, we wanted to show disrespect to you. But I wanted to tell you that we are sick and tired of the attitude of Councillor Viswan. And we are not reprimanding him. He will say whatever he wants. He will talk without you giving him a permission to talk. But you just keep quiet. Now, this will be resulting whereby we are not going to respect you because of him. So please, do your job, Mr. Speaker. Sizokuhlonipha uma ngabe uzolungisa indaba kaVisvan. But sekufike la singasafuni khona akwangempela.
Yeah, thanks, Babunkosi. I don't want to defend myself, but on the statement that Councillor Visvan made, I have instructed him to withdraw those words, and he did exactly that. I'm not sure what was expected from me, Councillor Nkosi, but if maybe there's that feeling, I haven't seen that where I'm allowing him to speak, then not being corrected. But on the concern or item you have raised, I made a ruling and I instructed him to withdraw those words, and he did exactly that. But I note what we are raising, Councillor Kosi. Thank you very much.
Speaker,
Let's
in the
proceed
same
with our
vein-
speakers. Councillor, you were the next speaker. This
Speaker.
Speaker,
order,
on this
Speaker,
side.
this side.
On your right side, Speaker.
Is your point of order on the right side?
Councillors,
Speaker?
I'm taking people who raise hands on the item.
Yes, we are.
Yes, I'm coming this side if you want to speak.
The point of
Let me
order,
finish the
Speaker.
side, then will come to Madala, then Mayor, then Gizel Alpezo on the item.
No, I want to respond to what we have said, because, Speaker, I want to check whether it is justifiable for Honorable Councillor Nkosi to raise a middle finger in the council meeting.
Councillors, the issue has been addressed. When I make a statement that all of you, you must behave and be careful on the statement you made in council. I was referring to all of you, including Babunkos. Councillor, you are on the floor. Yes, your hand was up. Okay, let me proceed because you're not talking.
No,
Mr.
sorry,
Speaker?
I thought you were speaking, sir. Well, just to help the councillor, I saw an index finger from this angle that Councillor Nkosi raised. But be that as it may, I'm glad, Speaker, and I say this to lighten things. When I joked a little bit earlier that I was confused who the Speaker is, I'm glad to see that my colleagues in the EFF and the IFP recognize the same dilemma that we have, which is difficult why it's sometimes, we don't know who to turn our head to. But on 1.9 specifically, and I want to be clear why I'm speaking on this. This is not about the objection, because there is no cost of objection. This is about the appeal process. Now, what has happened is that with the rioting and looting and COVID, that there are many houses and businesses that suffered massive job losses. There's also houses, properties, that over the last 5 years have now crept over the threshold, that now fall into the rates valuation role. Those are the people that we now speak out for, is the vast majority of people that are going to now find themselves having to fight a battle of an appeal and having to now find another 500 Rand out of already an income that has been devastated by COVID or having lost their jobs. Or the small business owner that struggles to pay his utility bills, often for utilities that don't work, to now find 1,000 Rand. We're talking about the entry level. We're talking about the fabric of the city that hold us together. We're speaking out for them, and we're saying that there can be no prospect at all of these increases, doubling it from 250 to 500, from 500 to 1,000. There are many families. That's why the grant's 350 Rand. It may not seem like a lot of money, but it's a lot of money for somebody that doesn't have bread on the table. So to now ask these poor souls that now find themselves in a rateable property where it might only be 100,000 or 200,000 over, to ask them to put on the table 500 Rand to appeal, or 1,000 Rand to appeal, is wrong. And on the basis of what we've gone through as a city, there should be a 0% charge for an appeal, let
Point of
alone
order,
an
Mr.
increase.
Speaker.
So on that basis, we stand tall for those that are on the fringe, those that have suffered the consequences.
Point of
and
order,
it is
Mr.
the
Speaker.
majority of people.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker,
I hope it's
the
this one.
Honourable Councillor is doing the same thing again. He is once again not speaking to the item. These are draft tariffs
Speaker.
that's going through consultation. It's going
Please,
to come back to
councillors.
the council. Now it's going into a debate about the details of this, which should form part of consultation. I am also against
Speaker,
these increased
Speaker.
tariffs, but this is not the time to discuss this. We discuss this when we're discussing the final budget.
Mr.
So the point
Speaker.
of order is clear, Mr. Speaker,
Yeah.
that the previous speaker
Speaker.
is not talking to the item.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Speaker.
Thanks, Councillor.
Speaker.
Councillor Vizi.
No,
Councillors, all items contained in the council agenda are here for discussion.
Yeah.
It means as they appear in the agenda, those who want to speak on the item will be allowed to speak. Please, Councillor, proceed and conclude.
No, Mr. Speaker, thank you. And that was an important ruling. That really was a
No,
good
no, no,
ruling.
Councillor, speak.
No, it's
Speak.
fine. I'm speaking because if, as I said to you, if Councillor Viss spent less time on the rule of order and
Speaker,
and-
Speaker. No, sorry,
Mr.
sorry,
Councillor,
Speaker.
Speaker,
you
he's
see,
out of
Speaker,
order.
Listen,
I am
Councillor,
to raise issues within the rules. It's
I will
within
not
my
stop
rights to
you.
do that.
Councillor,
He cannot tell me go through that.
Councillors, order, please. You will forfeit your right to speak
Speaker.
because you are not addressing the
It is
issue.
enough now.
Let me move to second speakers. Councillor Madala.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Please, Councillor Madala, please order, councillors.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Councillors,
Mr. Speaker,
Madala is
acknowledge
speaking.
me, please.
Councillor Madala.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu speaker ohloniphekileyo. Ngiphinde ngibingelele indlu. Cha. kuliqiniso speaker ukuthi leli phuzu lingelinye lamaphuzu elike lathi xabanisa kancane lapha ya esigungwini esiphezulu bese kuthiwa i-executive committee esigcine sesibona nasemaphepheni. Ngakho ke mhlawumbe kuzobaleka ukuthi silichaze kahle ukuze abantu bakithi bezwe ukuthi kuthekani ngalo, ngoba bese kungathi thina sifana namaJuda lawa athatha uJesu awumbethele esiphambanweni. Nathi bekungathi sithatha abantu bakithi sifuna ukuyobabethela esiphambanweni sokuthi bagcine bekhokha imali ezinkulu abangakwazi ukuyifinyelela. Iqiniso lithi ngiyajabula nje ukuthi samalunga executive committee sigcine sivumelene nabafowethu bonke bamaqembu aphikisayo ukuthi cha, lolu daba silibuke ngendlela eliyilona ethi wonke lezintela eziphakanyiswe la sizozithatha zonke sizihambise kanye nesiphakamiso lesi sebudget ukuze ziphume ziye kubantu kuba abantu abaphawulayo ngazo. Yothi mangabe seyibuya zibuye sezinokuphawula kwabantu okuyobe kusho ukuthi mangabe bethi abantu ibiza kakhulu lento ngesikwazi ukuyifinyelela bachaze bese nathi sithola ithuba lokuthi sibachazele abantu bakithi ukuthi into eyenza ukuthi kube khona lezi intela ingenxa yokuthi phela umasipala kufanele ukuthi ukwazi ukuthi uphile, ngoba ekugcineni sonke yabona nje thina njengombutho kaANC bese ngakujabulela impela ukuthi kunganyuki ngisho nokukodwa kulezi intela ekhona, ngoba siyalazi usiza abantu bakithi ababhekene nalo. Kodwa uma ngase senze njalo singaguqisa ngamadolo lomkhandlu ngenxa yokuthi kumanje kade sikhuluma ngendaba zokuthi izimali ziyashoda. Umhlonishwa lo lapha ngaphesheya okade ekhuluma isikhashana esithe ukuba sijana impela uke wayisho lento kule ya report akade ekhuluma le reporter ngezezimali njalo, wachaza la ukuthi imali ishoda kangakanani kulonyaka, ishoda kangakanani, wazi wachukuluza omunye umhlonishwa la emva kwethu emkhumbuza ukuthi wathe imali uyimisa kanjani ngesikhathi kusekhona yena. Now akufanele mangabe sikhuluma ngalezi izindaba bese sikhuluma ngazo sizihlukanise ngathi into ezihlukene. Ngala uma ngabe ufuna kube khona izimali uyazithola kuhulumeni omkhulu, uzithole ngale kokuthiwa ama grant, uzithole ngendlela ezinye zezimali sithola ngako ukuthi sikhokhise abakhokhi bentela for ama services abasuke bekwazi ukuthi bawathole. Enye yazo yile. Ngakho ke sithi ke abasidedele le council esidedele siyikhiphe lento kanye nale budget iye emphakathini la kule agenda kukhona uhlalezi meeting esiyozibamba nomphakathi sikhuluma ngale budget, silidwa ubaba umhlonishwa umeya. Uyofika umphakathi bese uyazikhulumela kusichazela ukuthi lentela cha siyayibona injani, sikwazi nathi ukuthi uchazele umphakathi kuba umphakathi into enhle ngawo politiki usuku ukhuluma mowukwazi ukuchazela izathu umphakathi izathu uyazizwa. Akufani nokuthi mesisuke sikhuluma sodwa la samaqembu ezepolitiki, ngoba ngisho ngabe izathu umuntu uyasaza akafuna ukusivuma ngoba akumsizi lokho ukuthi avume leyo nto, ngoba phela kusho ukuthi usevumelana nawe kanti into yokuphikisana iyona into eyenza ukuthi ipolitiki liqhubeke. Ngakho ke akusizi ukuthi silalelane kakhulu la size siyivimbe lento, ngoba vele iye emphakathini lo mphakathi abafowethu abathi bawumele nalo nathi sithi siwumele asudedele uyizwe lento uphawule bese mase sibuya ke sesiyobe sesivumela yonke ke ukuphawula konke bese kukhona okushoyo ukuthi siyayithatha siyinciphisa, ngoba ukuze sithathe isinqumo sokuthi siyayinciphisa kufanele kube umphakathi oshila ukuze uwazi ama consequences zako ukunciphisa ukuthi aqalaphi aphelaphi, ngoba ukwazi ukuthi sinciphise ngala ngakusasa ubuye ukuthi abasebenzi bayashoda ingalazizinda zikho ini kube kuwena osiphuce ilungelo lokwazi ukuthola imali yokwenza zonke lezo zinto. So umbutho omkhulu ke kaKhongolose siyaleseka kakhulu lolu daba, sithi alambe liye phambili futhi sizolandela ngemuva sihambe siye khona siyokwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi umphakathi wakithi siutshela iqiniso futhi siufundise umphakathi wakithi, ngoba abanye abala abasafuna ukufunda futhi ngeke basafundiseka. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mavundla, Deputy Mayor.
Bonga Somlomo. Somlomo, I must declare that some of us are tired now. But I just wanted to see if this can help. Somlomo, the process that we're embarking on today, whether we like it or not, at the end of the day, we still need to go and do thorough consultation with the people out there. Now, whether we agree or we argue, whatever we're saying here,
Point
I'm
of
not
order
too
from
sure
law.
where it helps us 100%.
Point of
because-
order, Somlo.
There's a point of order.
Isikhathi lapha uba uDeputy Mayor angadli isikhathi sikakhongolo sinqole emasonto sonke. Akadle sakhe.
Hayi decide ukumboleka sona.
But Mayor, Deputy Mayor, please proceed.
Somlomo, what I wanted to humbly ask in the House, ukuthi, can we not agree to accept this as a draft budget? We still need to go out and argue about all those things and table to the people. It doesn't mean anything that is here is what it is. We still need to go out and argue about it. So my proposal, Speaker, is that is it not possible that we can find one another and agree that this thing we still need to go and talk it through to the people? If then we agree on that, Slalo, and then the only thing that we need to look at is the one that is on page 38, request for authority to implement the road shows of the mayor. That's my submission, Speaker. Otherwise, we can carry on like this. We're still going to come back and go through the same issues, having consulted the people. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, councillors. You are all making valid points. But for this meeting to be run fairly, I think all of you understand the process that has been explained. But at the same time, if there are those councillors who want to express themselves to the item, they're still yet to be consulted further with the people. It will be unfair from the side of the Speaker not to allow those councillors to express themselves. That's why, with that understanding of the nature of the items in the agenda that are here, there yet to be further consultation with the people. But we still have to hear the views of councillors on those items, with that understanding that after the people have made their input, still this item will come back here and further deliberate as council. Now, Babu Mavundla, you were the last speaker on this item.
Mr. Speaker.
Page 7, 1.9. There were no other speakers, and I'm not checking any hands.
No, Mr. Speaker.
I'm not checking any hands.
No,
I just
no,
want to
Mr.
That is not
Mr. Speaker, you acknowledge
item
me.
His hands
supported
was
or not.
up long time
Mr.
ago.
Speaker,
That
you-
is not justice.
you
You had
acknowledge me.
noted that hand, Speaker.
His hands was up long time ago.
It was supposed to be the
Before
first
even
I
the
was supposed to speak immediately
confusion
after
that
this
was
when ready.
happening.
But I've allowed everyone to speak.
No, no. No.
Hayi, usukhohliwe,
Speaker, ugcina uthe uzobuya.
Ngisuke ngapha ngeza ngapha ngisheba. Ubani osele?
Anipen.
Oh, emva kankoso unkoso isikhala sakhe. Anipen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Unkosi usebenzise sakhe, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may I first express our grave disappointment with this report. When the item was tabled at Exco, the contentious manner in which voting was conducted was widely reported, bringing the credibility of this House into question. Mr. Speaker, to railroad a decision in this House, one which will adversely affect the poor masses of the city, shows colossal disregard for the needs of the city and the citizens of it. These drastic increases for lodging objections only serve as a deterrent to prevent residents from exercising their right to an appeal process. These increases, Mr. Speaker, are unacceptable. These actions are nothing short of dictatorship and smack of Nazism, fascism, and communism all in one. May I remind this House that multiplied millions have been lost to fraud, corruption, racketeering, and tenderpreneuring. Imposing these increases on the people of this city means injustice in the highest form. This is the reason why the ruling party will go down in the history of this country as one that empowered the rich and punished the poor. The IFP will have nothing to do with it. We vehemently reject these increases and will be abstaining from this item. I thank you.
Thank you. There was a hand. Councillor, I saw your hand.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the point that was raised that the draft will still have to go out to the communities, but I just want to bring to your notice that in the past we had the draft been taken to all communities, and of recently it hasn't
Councillor,
been taken to that.
don't respond on that. I've already guided council on how to handle that discussion. I will only allow you if you speak on the item. Don't address that matter. It's the speaker who have to address that, not any other councillor. Those powers are mine.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, we are on page 7.1.9. Other councillors have already indicated that they are not in support, they are abstaining. Let me get an indication so that we move with speed of those who are in support of the item 1.9, page 7.
Agreed.
Secretariat, can you please count for record purposes?
Kanti ilala nini izalukwazi?
Empepetra asilali sidalo namhlanje.
Those who are against? Thank you. Councillors, those who are abstaining. Those who are abstaining. Mangak.
37. 38 ngale lokhuza. 42. I don't know. So solala.
Yeah.
Outdated.
Thanks, councillors. Those who are in support, 104. Those who are against, 100. Those who are abstaining, there are 4. But before we proceed, councillors, let me order, please. Let me bring to our attention, councillors, that time now is 8:58. We're still left with 39 items that we have to deal with. Now, I'm bringing this to attention because the more you delay the meeting by saying things that are unnecessary, we are eating the time of council. There are 39 items still to be discussed in this council meeting. City Manager, let's proceed while I'm making an appeal, councillors, to behave and respect councillors and cooperate so that we move speed to conclude our agenda. City Manager, Babuka Madal.
Yes, Speaker. Ngizocela ukuxolisa ukuthi kwenzeka iphutha ngiyakhumbula ngengathi ngiyaphakamisa la ngithi ngigadi item yami yemali kanti hayi bese niyenzile.
Osokal Baba Michael, please raise your voice.
Ngithi ngizoxolisa ukuthi lento engizoyisho bese ishiyo la. Ngiyakhumbula ngengenza iphutha la ngithi ngigadi indaba yami yemali la kanti seniyilungisile. I-proposal ebenziwe ekuqaleni angazi ukuthi ibuye yonakalaphi ngoba beyizosinqamulela la ukuthi siwathatha ama tariffs wonke siwahlanganise ndawonye ngoba vele buke ngathi sinama positions acisha afane kuona khona abangabafuni khona aba-abstainayo siwahlanganisa wonke ama tariffs ngoba vele vese siphasa ibudget manje nawo sawahambisa for public comment sithi wonke ama tariffs siwabale sivote kuona sidlule ba-abstainayo kanjalo angazi noma kuzoba procedural inloko bese sithatha ama policies accompanying ibudget siwaliste nawo siwavotele at once bese singene kwi-budget itself bekitshela ukuthi i-approach izosho njalo mekuthi khona into ebuye yenzeka ke yashintsha umuntu uzoxolisa ehlele ngenzansi babu speaker. I thought that was the approach, Nicole, that we were going to vote for the tariffs as a composite.
I heard you.
Oh, Gabonka.
Thanks, Councillor Madlala. I see Councillor Clem.
Thank you, Speaker. That's what I was going to speak to the Mayor about. I think that our position, as we stated earlier, is that we plan to abstain on these until we've seen the budget as a cohesive operation. And I think if we can table the draft budget as inclusive of the tariffs, I think maybe the policies there are, I think, 7 or 6 policies that need to be tabled. But if we can table the draft budget as inclusive of the tariffs, if that's legally permissible, our response is pretty standard. And I do think that perhaps we maybe need to make that decision now. We are happy to support that. Not the budget, the decision.
Okay. Thanks, councillors. I don't see anything wrong with that. What we're doing, we're just identifying those items in the agenda, not combining all them together. But I think the proposal is fair. We can live with that, City Manager. Let's just do as requested.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me just list, first of all, items that are tariffs. I'll just go through all of them, right? I think that's the suggestion. And then there is a combined decision for or against or abstaining by different parties on a group of them. Then I'll come to the policies. Is that correct? Yeah. All right. Honorable Speaker, we move straight to page number 12, item 1.13, review of tariff for revenue clearance certificate fee for 2021-2022 MTREF. And then you go to page 13, item 1.14, Taywin Municipality tariff. Okay, so this is the policy. Let's pass this. Let's pass 1.15, let's pass 1.16. I'm looking for tariffs only. We go to item number 1.17, reinstatement of a revised special payment relief. We'll treat it as part of the tariffs. 1.18, disaster management and emergency control unit tariffs, 2021-2022 financial year. And then we move on to item number 2.2, review of agribusiness tariffs 2022-2023. From then on, we move to, okay, so that is the policy. We move to item 2.6 on page 20, which is the review of tariffs 2022-2023 pertaining to retail markets, early morning market, Verulam market, Ezimbuzini market, Bangladesh market, Fragrance market, Hammersdale market, Phoenix Millennium, Tongat market, Mansell Road market, and Brookdale market. And then we move to item 2.7, review of tariffs 2022-2023 pertaining to itinerant traders, street traders, hive sites and containers. Item 2.10 on page 23, review of tariffs for bulk fresh produce market. Item 2.11 on the same page 23, it's business licensing tariffs 2022-2023 financial year. We then move to page 26, which is item number 4, review of domestic refuse removal user charge tariffs for financial year 2022 and 2023. Move then to item number 5 of the same page 26. We're dealing with a review of cleansing and solid waste sundry tariffs for financial year 2022-2023. We move to item number 27, electricity unit sundry tariffs for 2022-2023. Item number 7, review of 2022-2023 tariffs pertaining to Transport Authority unit. Item number 8, review of 2022-2023 tariffs pertaining to surveying and land use information unit. On to page number 28, item number 9, proposed rental housing tariffs for 2022-2023 financial year. On the same page, item number 10, review of tariffs for 2022-2023 pertaining to engineering units, roads and stormwater maintenance. Move to item number 11 on page 29 is the review of 2022-2023 tariffs for the use of tenders. Item number 12 on the same page 29 is the review of potable water and sundry water tariffs for the financial year 2022 and 2023. On to page number 30, item number 13, review of sewage disposal user charge and sundry tariffs for the financial year 2022-2023. On the same page 30, we are on to item number 14, implementation of flat rate water tariffs for the financial year 2022 to 2023. On to page 31, item number 15, we are dealing with the implementation of water and sanitation infrastructure surcharge and infrastructure fixed charge. Moving on to item number 32, page number 32, item number 16, implementation of the rural sustainable service charge. Page number 33, item number 17, review of 2022-2023 tariffs pertaining to human settlements unit. On the same page 33, item number, okay, so this is not tariffs, it's one of the important items. And then we move on to, okay, so this is capital budget approval. I'm looking for tariffs only. We then move to, okay, 3822 is also not tariffs. All right. IDP is not tariffs. Progress on implementation management action plans, not tariffs. Taywin municipalities is okay. On to page 43, item number 27. It's the review of Taywin municipality electricity tariffs. That's all. On all these items, committee recommends.
Councillors, all these recommendations on tariffs agreed?
Abstain.
Agreed. Thank you. Councillor Nicole?
We abstain. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillors, let me get an indication those who are in support of all these items. Secretariat.
Sonke bonke.
Raise your hands till we are telling you to lower your hands, because we want to make sure that we count all of you.
Yeah. Nah. Over this. Nah. Seven capture share.
Councillors, those who are against the item? Yeah. Those who are against, then those who are abstaining?
Silala nini izalukwazi ze-ANC?
Thank you, councillors. May I have your attention? Those who are in support of the item,
Speaker.
106.
Speaker, sorry, before maybe you tally the numbers. Our numbers are not 59, we are 52. Are not 49, we are 52. So that when you tally your numbers.
Thank you, Secretary. Can you please update the numbers? Make sure that numbers are accurate. Can you verify that with the team on the floor. Let's verify and confirm the numbers.
Neze IFP uyilungisa somlomo. U15 no 14 akuhlangana. Anowe nibhale kahle nge-IFP lapha emabhodini, please.
Yeah, thanks, councillors. We are correcting that.
Siba u15 yini kanti?
Senigadile.
Hey Ntombs.
Send corrected. Right, thanks. The team has corrected the numbers. Thanks, councillors. Order, please. Those who are in support of the item, 107. There's no one who's against. Those who are abstaining is 99. Thank you. It means all these items are carried forward. Thank you, councillors. City Manager on policies.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
On page.
Now we are starting with policies on page number 10, policy number 1.12, item number 1.12 rather, which is Taywin Municipality's credit control and debt collection policy for the financial year 2022-2023. Page number 12, sorry. We now move to page number 13, which is item 1.14, Taywin Municipality tariff policy for the financial year 2022-2023. On the same page 13, item number 1.15, Taywin Municipality's 2022-2023 property rates policy. Item number 1.16 on the same page 13, it's a Taywin indigent policy for the financial year 2022-2023. We move on to
Speaker.
page number 15, item
Thank
number...
you, City Manager.
I'm sorry to interrupt the City Manager. Please can you call the votes on these separately?
Come again?
Please can you call the votes on these separately?
Councillor Nicola, I can't hear you.
Please can you call the votes on these policies separately? There's a variety of very different policies here.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I don't see any problem with that. You requested to combine all of them.
Can I
but
make
if
a
you
proposal,
change,
Chair?
I'm fine with that.
Because I think I know what Nicole wants to talk about.
Mr. Speaker.
So, Chair, I think let's
Speaker.
allow the city manager to continue, read all the policies, and then each and every party can then speak and say, this policy agreed, this one not agreed, this one agreed, this one abstained. They can do it like that, Speaker. It will save us time rather than voting on each and every one.
Yes,
it still achieves the same thing Councillor Graham wants to do.
I'm fine with that, Councillor Sabete, but you must remember that the very same council proposed to me that we combine all policies and
Correct,
vote one.
yes.
But in the very same meeting, there's a change of mind. Remember that decision was accepted. Otherwise, I'm fine with that.
Speaker.
If you are comfortable as a meeting. City Manager, let's
Mr.
read
Speaker,
all those
Mr.
policies.
Speaker, I have my hand raised.
Let's raise all those policies. Then if parties want to say something on those policies, you'll be allowed to speak on those policies. Councillor, ready?
Speaker, just a question of clarity to the acting city manager. All these policies, the tariff policies, indigent policies, etc., I see that they all form part of your report that makes up the budget. So the budget comprises of both the tariff adjustments as well as these policies. That is my understanding. I don't know if that has changed. So I just need clarity through you, Speaker, whether these are all part, because my understanding is they're all part of the budget, even the policies.
I'm trying to understand what you want to know because, as you've said, all of them, they are part of the budget.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Speaker, you see, we took a decision earlier. Councillor Nicole there suggested that all the tariff items, which will be part of the budget, be put together and we vote on all of that. Now, I am proposing that these policy issues, which will also form part of the budget, that we adopt a similar approach.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
That's what I was trying to explain earlier, Councillor Reddy. But there's a strong view to change the earlier decision taken by council, of which I don't see any problem if we change, because there are councillors who want to speak on some of the items, particularly on policies. That's what I'm saying, that if there's anyone who wants to speak on policy, then you will allow them to speak and vote on the item as per the request submitted to me, of which I've accepted that.
Speaker.
City Manager.
Speaker.
There is a hand this side. I would come to you, Councillor.
Speaker.
Yes. Kulubaba.
Somlomo siyabonga. We just took a decision 2 minutes ago. And ukansela uMadlala uthe mayichaza lento efuna ukuyishaya ngolimi laphesheya. Wathi uNicole ukansela hayi ngikuzwile Madlala. 2 minutes ago. So we can't be chopping and changing in a minute. Siyakuphi la siyakhona. Ngiyabonga.
We support.
Thank you, Councillor. You are repeating what I've said. You are emphasizing what I've said, that earlier there was a proposal that was supported. Exactly what you have said. But again now, there is a request, right? There's a request to read all these items. But those who want to speak on a particular issue on policy, they raise their hands and speak, and we vote. And I don't have a problem with that. That's what I'm saying. City Manager will continue to read those policies. Whoever who wants to speak on an item or a policy will indicate and will be allowed to raise his or her point. City Manager, I'm not taking any hands now.
Mr. Speaker.
No, Vice. I'm not taking hands. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We were on page 15.
Page 15.
Item 1.17. Reinstatement of a revised special payment relief.
No. Councillors, we are on page 15, 1.17. Right? That's where we are. Yeah. Yes. City Manager. Page 10.
Is that in the caption?
Hey, councillors, we are.
Can I explain, Speaker?
Yes.
I had started reading
from page 10.
All of them. I was already on
page 15.
Page 15, 1.17 when I was.
When there was a proposal, yeah. Proceed.
Then we move to item number 2.5 on page 19. which is the application for investment incentives in terms of the economic development incentive policy for the financial years 2020 to 2021 and 2021 to 2022. Then we move on to page 33, item number 18, Program, Project and Preparation Support Grant, Triple PSG, in brackets, close brackets, budget reallocation for 2021-2022, and Triple PSG budget allocation for 2022-2023 financial year. Then we move on to page number 35, item number 19, request for the adjustment of 2021-2022 approved capital budget to release payment to service providers.
Great.
Then we move to
Speaker.
page number 38, item
Yes,
number
sorry,
22.
Councillor Graham.
On 19.1, we abstaining, please.
On 19 point,
Page 35, Speaker.
page 35,
Yeah.
page 35, 19.1, there's abstinence. Thank you. As we have indicated earlier, councillors, that as per this item on policies, if there's an issue to be raised, we'll allow councillors to raise that issue, then we'll vote. Now we are on page 35, item 19.1. Already the DA, they're saying they're abstaining, but let me get those who are in support for record purposes. Those who are in support. Secretariat, please count. Thanks, councillors, those who are not in support, those who are against. I don't see any hands, but those who are abstaining.
Speaker, Action SA agree. Oh, okay. It's sorted. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Those who are abstaining.
Speaker, EFLefilele.
Nibe sabana belu.
Hey, thula wena.
Grab wena.
Oqala wondli wena.
Hlushwa EFF yabelungu.
Grab wena.
Secretariat, I'm getting the indication that it looked like you are struggling with the numbers. Please make sure that you count correctly.
EFF yabelungu.
An abnormal socialist party.
Hey, shut up.
An abnormal socialist party.
Hayi babona ngokugqoka ingubo zocation.
Speaker.
Bamhloniphe umlungu.
Speaker.
Hayi siyavota sikhuluma nje.
No, there is a mistake eyenzakalayo. No, khona into abayenzayo. Speaker.
Right, those who are in support of the item is 128. Those who are against, 0. Those who are abstaining, 79. The item is being carried through. Thank you very much.
Speaker.
There is a hand this side.
No, Speaker, kunento eyenzakalile ngesikhathi sivota. There were 2 honorable councillors at DA ebekade engaphandle. So as we're voting, basebeyangena abawu2 and sebeyabalwa as seku 52.
Councillors, don't waste your time.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Ngwengo, to bring that to our attention.
Badliwe.
Councillors, Councillors, please order. I've made a request earlier that let's minimize movement. Let's minimize movement. City Manager. Order, Councillors. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 38.
Order. Page 38.
Item number 22. Request for authority to implement 2022 budget and IDP roadshows.
Councillors, I see 2 hands who want to speak on the item. Councillor Graham, then Councillor Reddy.
Thanks, Speaker. This item was discussed in some detail at EXCO, and the 2 salient points that came out of it is 1, that the proposed big meetings, stadium meetings that are on page 38 are too big to properly encapsulate the will of people who need to engage with the budget. And the second one is the possibility of having online budget hearings to make it accessible to more people and to use technology that is available to us. We did agree in EXCO that we would agree to this process provided that our concerns were accommodated, and that was agreed to. So we will agree to this item on the proviso that those accommodations are made, and we do so in good faith, pending the discussions this morning.
Thank you, Councillor Graham. Councillor Reddy.
Speaker, we are also in agreement with Councillor Graham, but we were not at EXCO. So we believe it's too big and too many wards here. We would like, and what she's just said now, if that's correct, I would like the mayor to confirm if that is in fact correct, that this can be accommodated where other areas like Chatsworth and Phoenix, Glenwood, Umhlanga and others where most ratepayers come from, that they can also be given the opportunity to be part of this consultation process, Speaker.
Councillor Savela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As the ANC, we are in agreement with Councillor Graham and Councillor Reddy that the mayoral imbizos must be accommodative and it must be in smaller platforms, but also taking into consideration constrained budget. We are of the view as well that it must be seen to be going to minority areas, where also minority, well, they're no longer minority areas, but previous minority areas, where the mayor can also consult those communities. But we also have engaged the mayor as well to consider virtual platforms where he can be able to engage with different stakeholders, such as the business community and other stakeholders on the budget processes. So we are definitely in agreement with the Democratic Alliance and ADEC, led by Honorable Vivian Reddy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, councillors. With those emphases or additions, is the recommendation agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the same page in page 42. In page 43. All right, sorry, Chairperson. On page 42, item number 25, progress report on the implementation of management action plans for the period ending 30 September 2021. On page 43, item number 26, Taywin Municipalities Development Charges Policy. On the same page 43, item number 28, progress report on Njongweni mixed use development. On page 44, review of Taywin Municipalities supply chain management policy.
Speaker,
Yes, Councillor Graham.
there were no problems with the first three, but we do object to item 29, the reviews of the SCM policy.
Yeah, page 44, item 29, there's an objection raised. Thank you very much, councillors. Let me get an indication from the House of those who are supporting the item. Page 44, item number 29. Those who are in support. Councillors, those who are against the item, those who are against the item, thank you. Those who are abstaining, those who are abstaining,
awayimela amabhulu.
Mase nisilungisele inamba lapha EFF u24 not 23.
Azikal Florida namhlanje.
Thank you very much. May I have your attention, councillors?
Speaker.
Order, please, order. For those who are in support of the item, the number is 110. Those who are not in support is 54.
EFF.
Those who are abstaining is 44. Therefore, the item is being carried through. Thank you, City Manager.
Number namanye.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I wish to beg for the members' indulgence and go back to page 42. I think we mixed page 42 with the IDP and budget. Meanwhile, page 42, item number 24, is the first draft integrated development plan for financial year 2022-2023. We had erroneously omitted that one.
Okay, proceed.
We now proceed to, yes, it's agreed. We now proceed to page 45, item number 30, draft budget 2022-2023, 2024-2025, medium-term revenue and expenditure.
I see a hand, Councillor Reddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Then there are two hands, or there's one hand, then will be the last.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. We thank the officials for coming up with this draft budget, which now begins a consultation process. We note that in the report that there is decreased data collection rates, depletion of internal resources, reduction in income from electricity, water, and solid waste due to decreased sales volumes. We are hoping that in the next few weeks, when the consultation takes place with our communities and other stakeholders, that we will be able to come up with innovative solutions to the dilemmas that's facing this city, particularly with regards to our rates. We certainly do not want to see exorbitant tariff increases. We want to see debt relief programs that are put in place to assist our ratepayers. So with that, the consultation process must now begin, and we will start to interrogate this draft budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thanks. There was a hand on my far right, then Councillor Graham, then His Worship the Mayor.
Speaker, DLC as well.
Will be the last.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to
but
speak
your hand
as
was
well.
not up when I was starting to point hands. Your hand was not up, no problem. Let me check that hand. First, then I will come back to you. I note your hand. Councillor?
Thank you, Speaker. Honourable Speaker, fundamental to the identity of the IFP is the issue of service delivery to the citizens of South Africa and by extension to the residents of this municipality. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic and the social unrest...
Order, Honourable Speaker. I've raised order.
Councillor, His Worship the Mayor?
Yes, I haven't tabled the budget and I hear councillors debating it. So how do you debate something which have not been tabled by the Mayor?
Yes.
I've raised the order, point of order, so that when Councillor Reddy was starting to talk, that I haven't tabled it. Thank you. So all the comments that have been made, they are still out of order. Thank you.
Thank you very much. His Worship the Mayor. As the city manager was reading, as per the guide from the meeting, was that we are focusing on all policy matters, but the point we are raising, His Worship, is valid, city manager. We should have allowed the mayor to table this item first before we discuss it. The assumption was that it's part of the list of the policies to be discussed as the indication earlier before the meeting. Apologies for that. Let me allow the mayor to table the report.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. All councillors present, Makhosi Sendlunkulu, members of the media, members of the public, ladies and gentlemen, Sizobaba Fushane nje sanibonani. Let me welcome the opportunity to present the draft budget of Taywin Municipality for 2022-2023 financial year. This draft budget takes place against the backdrop of the worsening global economic environment occasioned by unrelenting COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine impasse. Currently, China is implementing lockdown following a surge in COVID-19 cases in the country's largest city of Shanghai. As we all know, China is a key player in global supply chain for many products. The outbreak of war in February between Russia and Ukraine is expected to reduce global economic growth and contribute to higher inflation. The war will likely impair production of a wide range of energy, food, other commodities, and further disrupt global trade. The South African Reserve Bank forecast for global growth in 2022 has been revised down to 3.7%, down from 4.4%, and for 2023 is lower to 2.8% from 3.3% as a result of the war and the ongoing spread of the virus in Asia and elsewhere. For 2024, global growth is unchanged at 2.7%, dramatically higher oil, commodity and food prices, additional constraints to trade and finance, and rising debt cost will create more adverse economic conditions for most emerging and developing economies, including South Africa in general. Global financial conditions are more volatile at present, and with higher than expected inflation, have pushed major central banks to start the normalization of global policy rates. Recently, we have seen the South African Reserve Bank increasing the repurchase rate by 25 basis points to 4.25% per year, which is the rate at which the private banks borrow from the South African Reserve Bank with effect from the 25th of March 2022, which then takes the prime lending rate to 7.75%, which is the rate at which private banks lend out to the public. This simply means that the cost of living is becoming more expensive. Honorable Councillors, South Africa and Taywin Municipality are not immune from these international developments. During the hard lockdown levels, we witness an increase in the levels of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. In Taywin, over 100,000 people lost their jobs as companies were forced to shut down. While we were responding to the devastating impact of COVID-19, we were suddenly faced with the July civil unrest, which resulted in the destruction of businesses and infrastructure estimated to 15 billion rands. The unrest further placed 129,000 jobs at risk, which resulted in many households being unable to meet their monthly financial obligations, including paying for the municipal services. All these factors compelled us to reprioritize our budget by focusing on infrastructure development to improve the quality of service delivery, particularly in the area of water and electricity provision. Honorable Speaker, while this is a balanced and fully funded budget, it must be appreciated that major cuts in expenditure had to be made. Furthermore, close monitoring of operating expenditure and income will be undertaken to ensure sustainability. As a caring government, we are confident that austerity measures in place will ensure affordability of services to consumers and ratepayers. Improved productivity and value for money must be driven aggressively by management to ensure improvement of our financial positions. In line with the national and provincial priorities, the municipality will accelerate economic recovery by creating conditions for private sector investment, prioritize infrastructure development, improve delivery of basic services, and focus on the creation of jobs, with more emphasis on maintenance. The results of quarterly labor force survey for the fourth quarter of 2021 show that the number of unemployed persons increased by 278,000, which in real terms takes the number of unemployed South Africans to 7.9 million in the fourth quarter of 2021 as compared to the third quarter of 2021. These changes in the labor market resulted in the official unemployment rate increasing by 0.4 of a percentage point from 34.9% in the third quarter of 2021 to 35.3% in the fourth quarter of 2021. These statistics comes hot on the heels of the World Bank report on inequality in South Africa, which revealed that our country remains the most unequal society in the world. Therefore, as we accelerate our economic recovery interventions, we will also ensure that our economy reflects the demographics of the people of eThekwini. The Moral 10-point plan will continue to be our bold and radical plan to bring the majority of our people, blacks in general and Africans in particular, into the mainstream economy. Honorable Speaker, the total budget for the 2022-2023 year is 54.6 billion rands, which has been developed with an overall planning framework and includes programs and projects to achieve the city's strategic objectives. The 2022-2023 MTREF is informed by the municipality's long-term financial strategy with emphasis on affordability and a long-term sustainability. The operating budget, which funds the continued provision of services provided by the municipality, increases from 47.0 billion in 2021-2022 to 49.7 billion rands in 2022-2023, 52.8 billion rands in 2023-2024, and 56.2 billion rands in 2024-2025 respectively. The 49.7 billion rand is made up mainly of 18.7 billion for electricity, 12 billion for water and sanitation, 6.5 billion for community and emergency services, 2.6 billion for cleansing and solid waste, and 2.5 billion for roads and engineering. Lokho kukhombisa ukuthi umasipala usukumela udaba lokungahlanzeki kwedolobha, udaba lokungahlinzekwa kwabantu bakithi ngamanzi nokubuthwa kwemfucuza kanjalo nendle kanye nokukhanyiswa kukagesi eindaweni ezingenawo ugesi. The capital budget of the city projects a spending plan of approximately 15.2 billion over the next 3-year period. The capital budget for the 2022-2023 financial year amounts to approximately 4.9 billion and thereafter at 5.1 billion in 2023-2024. A provision of 5.2 billion has been made for the 2024-2025 financial year. Our capital budget continues to reflect our efforts to address backlogs in basic services and the renewal of the infrastructure of existing network services. Key among these is to cap water losses and persistent power outages. Ukunqamuka kagesi namanzi amoshakalayo emphakathini wakithi. The major capital programs in the 2022-2023 MTREF includes the following: 2.2 billion rand on eThekwini transport, including IRPTN, 2.2 billion rand on electricity infrastructure, 2 billion rand on housing, 1 billion rand on roads and rehabilitation, 1 billion rand on zonal planning, 800 million on community service backlog, 700 million on catalytic projects, 500 million on upgrading wastewater treatment works, 240 million on water loss prevention and replacement of water pipes, 500 million rands on replacement of the bus fleet, 240 million on city center renewal nodal developments, 170 million on ablution block upgrades in informal settlements. Lokhu ekhombisa ngokusobala ukuthi zonke lezi imali zidirectwe lapho abantu bakithi bethwele khona usizi longabi nezidingo ekufanele ngabe bayazithola, ukuthi ke le budget ibhekene ngqo nabantu bakithi abadla imbuya ngoti. As you can see, there is a strong emphasis on economic development and creating of conducive environment for businesses to thrive, whilst trying to improve the quality of life of all people. We are also investing significantly in our assets and infrastructure to ensure sustainable, reliable, and continuous service delivery. Honorable Speaker, eThekwini Municipality continues to face the challenge of vandalism and theft of infrastructure, which are impacting on provision of services. We call on the citizens to be vigilant and to report any illegal activities relating to disruption of municipal services. Lastly, on tariff increases, Honorable Speaker, we are proud to announce that most of our proposed tariff increases for 2022-2023 are lower than the last year. Clearly, this demonstrates that as a caring government, we sympathize with the plight of our people, especially the poor. We appreciate the tough financial and economic challenges our residents are facing with impact of COVID-19 and the current Ukraine-Russia conflict. We are also aware of the negative effect the conflict has on oil prices, inflation, and interest rates. However, we want to assure the residents of eThekwini that we have worked very hard to keep the tariffs and rates increases as low as possible. Sibacabangele kakhulu abantu baseThekwini ukuthi uma ngabe sesibashaja kuma rates namanye ama tariffs intengo ibe phansi kakhulu, ingakho senza umehluko mawuqhathanisa nonyaka ophelile weimali sehlikile ukuya phansi ukwenza ukuthi sikwazi ukubhekana nosizo labantu bakithi abaphelelwe imisebenzi nabantu bakithi abasadinga ukuthi bethola amathuba omsebenzi. The proposed average electricity increase is 8.61% against the ESCOM increase of 9.61%. The proposed water increase for domestic users is 5.9% and 9% for businesses. The proposed refuse tariffs increase is 4.5% for residential properties and 7.9% for businesses. The proposed sanitation tariff increase is 5.9% for residential and 9% for businesses. There is no proposed increase for residential property rates. Instead, the city is happy to announce that the rate range on residential has been decreased by 10% due to the implementation of the new valuation rule. As a listening and responsive city, we have extended the evaluation rule objection period to the end of April this year. Objections submitted during this period are at no cost to the ratepayers. Honorable Speaker, as the leadership of the municipality, we remain committed to clean governance and fight corruption. The concerns that have been raised by the Auditor General are being addressed. An integrated clean administration strategy has been adopted by the city and is being rolled out. Among other things, this addresses irregular expenditure and will help us achieve a clean audit. More effectively, managing and monitoring of consequence management has been the key area of our focus. The Financial Disciplinary Board is instrumental in assisting with oversight on disciplinary cases. As we present this recovery budget, we must work together as leaders, regardless of political affiliation, to make sure that the city and its citizens succeeds in turning our economic fortunes around. It was Nelson Mandela who said, and I quote, "Real leaders must be ready to sacrifice all for the freedom of their people." I close quote. The current economic conditions our people find themselves in require ethical and committed leadership. We must ask ourselves if we are serving our communities with honor and what we do will contribute to a meaningful change in their lives. Let us all join hands to make eThekwini Municipality the most caring and livable city by 2030. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Your Worship. There were hands that were noted on the item, although they've raised their hands earlier. We have then corrected that the mayor have presented the budget. I will continue with the hands that have noted.
Thank you, Speaker.
There's a hand there on my far right, then Councillor Graham, then Pillay, then with Councillor Madlala. I've already given you a chance, Councillor Visven, to speak. We have spoken.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
Can we start there?
You were supposed to recognize our hands and asked us to speak after the mayor. And you did not do that, with respect. So you are out of order.
Can I take that
Now
hand?
you've got to give us an opportunity to speak in response to the mayor.
You are on
Mayor's
the floor.
address.
Who's that? I can't see the name. On my door, next to you, there's a hand there. Speak, speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I think we want to thank the Mayor for the lengthy discourse. May I present the stance of the IFP on this item? Honorable Speaker, fundamental to the identity of the IFP is the issue of service delivery to the citizens of South Africa and by extension the residents of this municipality. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic and the social unrest that gripped this province, this city had to absorb the effects of reduced revenue collections resulting from the impact of the economic downturn. The reduced revenue collection will undoubtedly have an impact on the lives of people. From this council's perspective, it seems there is only one option to increase revenue, and that is to impose tariff increases. The IFP, however, has a differing stance. The IFP has deep reservations regarding the burdening of the ratepayer through the proposed stiff tariff increases. Currently, hundreds of residents are in areas with the city for utilities, and an increasing number continue to be disconnected from essential services. Given this fact, it's inconceivable to allow for these exorbitant increases, namely a 5.9% hike for water to residents and a 9% hike for business. An 8.61% increase for electricity makes supply a luxury only for the affluent. Of colossal concern is the projected capital budget, which will be felt in the delay of service delivery backlogs, an inability to renew infrastructure, particularly in water and sanitation, which is on the verge of collapse, as well as new projects and the stalling of development. In view of the above, regardless of the explanations provided by the Honorable Mayor, the IFP has decided to abstain on this draft budget until we have engaged with our constituencies while this draft budget is taken out for public input on the Mayor's roadshow, which we hope will just not be empty rhetoric. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham.
Thanks, Speaker. And thank you. We note the draft budget as is tabled. I think that there are some positive indications, but I think we're very far from the situation that we need to be in. You know, the Mayor spoke of the decrease in the rates randage percentage, which I think is something that is quite welcome. But the reality is that I think we all know residents in eThekwini are already paying a very high percentage of rates compared to the rest of the country. And with the increase in the valuation roll, that's going to be even higher for people, even if there's no net percentage. But nevertheless, we welcome the fact that there seems to be at this stage a cautious approach to tariffs. And I think that what we need to do here is that we need to start really considering what people can afford to pay and what is a fair payment for the services that we give. Improving services is obviously the cornerstone of making this all work. But the reality is that I think that we are fast approaching the edge of the cliff in terms of what people can afford to pay, and making people pay more than they can afford to is not an economically sound principle. You don't end up yielding or returning any more money if you charge people beyond what is reasonable. So I think that there's a lot of improvement that can be done, and I think key to that is having a really meaningful engagement on this budget process. For years, the engagement process on the budget has been a tick box exercise. It's been the municipality going to people and saying, this is what we're planning on doing, just so you know, and coming back to council and doing what they had always planned on doing. And I think it's critical that we really hear the voices of communities who are incredibly frustrated at the situation that we find ourselves in. Last week on the mayoral outreach across the city in different places, the response was the same. People are sick and tired of paying for things that they don't receive. And that's something we must be very conscious of throughout this budget process, because even if we think we're doing, people a service by having minimal tariff increases, people already think that they're paying too much, and they are paying too much considering the services that we deliver. The last thing I think is really important is that we are at the edge of the cliff in terms of what our infrastructure can provide. It's been badly maintained. We're losing water and electricity at a rate of knots. And across the city, whether you're rich or poor, no matter where you live, the water and electricity outages have become untenable. And that is what this budget really needs to address as a matter of priority. We are not in a position anymore where we can afford the nice to haves. This is about keeping the lights on and keeping the taps running. And for the DA, we represent a quarter of the people in the city. That is our priority. Our priority is making sure that this budget addresses the core asset and infrastructure needs of the city. Because if we don't address them now, it is going to be too late. We are already in a very, very difficult position with our infrastructure failing across the city on a daily basis. So what we want to see from this budget is, one, that we start to be fairer to the people who are actually our customers. Two, that we start to address key infrastructure issues as a matter of absolute urgency. And three, that we actually listen to people throughout this process, that we don't go to the public and say, just so you know, this is what we've brought to you, good luck, have a nice day. That we actually listen to the real serious concerns of the people on the ground, because people are sick and tired of us, they are sick and tired of politicians, and they are sick and tired of the city taking their money and giving them nothing in return. And this budget now needs to get to the bottom of that. We're going to abstain at this point, but we will do everything in our power as the Democratic Alliance and for the communities that we represent to get a fair deal out of this budget. This is the first time the ANC has not had a majority in this council for a very long time, and I think that's an important point, because it's the first time we have an opportunity to work together across political lines and across different allegiances to say what actually matters here and how do we achieve it. And that's what our priority is as the DA, and we will stop at nothing over the next 2 months to make sure that that happens in May. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Graham. Councillor Pillay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the DLC appreciates the officials who have crafted this budget. We also welcome the Mayor in presenting a budget that we believe is pro-poor, is seeking to address the needs of the communities we serve. However, Mr. Speaker, it's very critical that the public participation processes is seen to be open and fair, and I'm certain and confident that the Mayor will be taking into consideration the views of the people. You see, on one hand, we have a great budget. On the other hand, do we have the capacity or do we have the committed officials to implement this budget? And I take grass cutting as classic example. Whilst we provide the budget for grass cutting, are the officials cutting our grass, our verges and open spaces? To date, Mr. Speaker, it's not really happening. So we need to make certain that we really make certain that the officials are part of this processes as well. The DLC welcomed the submission that the objection for the rates valuation extended to April 2022.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We understand the tabling of this budget in the following context. Last week or the other week, leadership of my committee went to some areas to deliver food parcels that were donated by Taywin Municipality workers, specifically from the HR department. One of the families that was intended for the delivery of those food parcels, when we arrived there, we couldn't find anyone. And upon inquiry, we were told that the owner of the house has gone across to dish up food from the soup kitchen that the municipality provides. Now, we had to wait for that person to come back in order to give her the food parcels that had been donated by our staff. Now, if that is one example of how and who this draft budget is intended for. By this example, Honorable Speaker, I'm trying to tell this House that we understand the pain that our people go through on daily basis. We live among them, we are from them, we are part of them. Now, as the ANC, Honorable Speaker, we want to support and welcome this draft budget. We commit to assist in ensuring that the public consultation process is fruitful. We are going to support all meetings. We are going to ensure that we participate in all meetings, and our participation is not only going to be that a meeting was held, but it's going to be that we are going to listen to our people, even when they are raising difficult questions. We might not have the answers on the spot, but we are going to take those because they will not belong to those meetings, but they will belong to this council to respond to them and to respond to them positively. We note the difficult economic climate under which this work was carried out, and we want to thank our officials who worked tirelessly to put together this budget. We want to thank all party caucuses that have inputted into this budget. Sometimes when we do our politicking and we posture in different ways, we sometimes forget the bottom line, that this municipality and the people out there voted for each and every one of us who's sitting here, and therefore each and every one of us here has a responsibility to someone out there. Because whether you are sitting in the opposition benches or in the benches of the ruling coalition, equally you are responsible for the people who voted for you, and they expect you, not the other councillor or the other party, to deliver to them and their aspirations. Otherwise, they would have voted for the other party. We are encouraged to note the steps taken to alleviate or to allocate money to address the aging infrastructure. This is one point that we cannot shy away from. Our infrastructure is aging because it was put up in a long time ago, and it was put up to deal with a minimum demand. Now, rapid urbanization puts a strain on the existing infrastructure, yet we are also expected to increase access, to go to those areas which do not have coverage. Now that becomes the competing priorities, and therefore we appreciate that money was put on both ends. One, on addressing the issue of the aging infrastructure, but also to increase access to those who were excluded. We appreciate the work done by the team and commit to go all out to popularize this draft budget and to improve the real public participation, as we have said. We commit to deal with some of the issues raised by the AG, especially those issues around the UIFWE. When we say together we can do more to build better communities, we need to be aware of the shared responsibilities this entails. This is correctly captured by the son of the African soil, Amika Cabral, when he says, and this is what we must take when we're going out to do public consultation about this budget. I quote, "Hide nothing from the masses of our people. Tell no lies. Expose lies whenever they are told. Mask no difficulties, mistakes or failures. Finally, claim no easy victories." As the ANC, we support this draft budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Madlala. Already there's an indication that some of councillors, they are abstaining on the item. Therefore, I have to get an indication from the House of those councillors who are in support of the item. Let's count Secretariat.
Mase ngicabanga ukuthi ngiyothola iPP nina fight.
Speaker.
Phela sidlale laba bantu uma kuvotwa ama inamba zethu ziyehla. Yebo?
Thank you. Those who are voting against the item. Those who are against the item. Thank you. Those who are abstaining. Thank you, councillors. Those who are in support of the item 109, there's no one who is against. Those who are abstaining, 96. The item is being taken through. Thank you. City Manager. Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We will need to go back to the supplementary agenda and look at the report of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, which is the last item for 2020-2021 oversight report, which procedurally will have to be tabled by the chairperson of the MPAC.
Yes. Thank you, City Manager. I will allow the Deputy Chair of MPAC to present the MPAC report. Councillor Upel Mkhize.
Ngiyabonga, Speaker. Put me off guard. The report was tabled to Council on the 27th of January 2022, as prescribed in terms of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act. This report was the annual report which included a report to Auditor General. A report was referred to us by Council for preparation of the oversight report. We therefore performed the task of reviewing and analyze the annual report. We invited, received, and considered inputs from councillors, portfolio committees, considered the written comments received.
Councillor Upel, we please try to raise your voice.
Oh.
We hardly hear you.
Okay. The report was referred to us by Council for preparation of the oversight report. In our task, we performed the following tasks. We reviewed and analyzed the annual report. We invited, received, and considered inputs from councillors and portfolio committees. We considered written comments received from public consultation. We conducted public hearings to allow the local community and states of organs to make representations. We received and considered Council's Audit Committee views and comments on the annual financial statements and performance report. We therefore prepared a draft oversight report taking into consideration the views and inputs of the public, representatives of the Auditor General, organs of state, Council's audit committees, and Council. Having done all of the above, we therefore table before you an oversight report with recommendations as outlined on page 45 of 46 of the supplementary agenda. Ngiyabonga.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mkhize. The report from MPEC has been presented. Councillors, is the report agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much, councillors. That was the last item in the agenda for the day. But let me make a special announcement. On Monday, 11 o'clock, is a special council meeting. We'll all come back in the very same venue. We'll be here to conclude other items. Councillors, Monday, 11 o'clock, we are all here. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Papa NFF.
Ay, siyabonga ekugcineni.
Thank you. I'm sure members of the ESCO members remember that you must move to room 24. ESCO members. ESCO members, room 24. All executive committee members, please.